Alright, welcome to our first match with Wild Ruby Aggro today. We're playing against Blood something right off the bat. So the increased troop density that I have in the deck should definitely be good in this matchup. This matchup seems like it was a little bit hard before. I also added a shard, so it'll be a little bit more consistent. Have to mulligan a little less, hopefully. This hand needs a wild shard, but I think I'm just supposed to keep basically anything close to functional against the attrition-y decks. So we've got 3 1/1s basically here. This guy turns into a 4/4 when we have no cards in our hand, so we're not going to get to empty the hand till probably turn 3 or 4 at least, and we definitely need to draw a wild shard in order to do that. But I think this is still keepable. Yeah, look at that. We drew a wild shard right off the bat like a professional. Hey, Waffleophagus, life's swell. Life is swell. Need to play some Hex this afternoon. It's technically morning here, so it's 11 a.m. But my youngest decided that he was going to nap early, so I put him down early. If he plays a Exarch of the Egg here, that would be bad for us, because then we can't start attacking. Inquisition is fine, because we really don't care about any of the cards in our hand. In fact, emptying our hand is going to be pretty reasonable for these Merciful Tormentors. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a Merciful Tormentor here, since it prevents us from going like 1-drop, 1-drop next turn. Yeah, opponent might help, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Yep, he takes on a Merciful Tormentor. A good draw there would have been a another 1-drop. I think I'm just gonna play the Wild Boar here and just get our 4 points of damage in while he can't block, basically. It also gives us a higher probability of so the Wild Boar shuffles itself back into our deck after the turn when it attacks, so it just gets in for 4, and then it becomes an 8/8 and goes back into our deck. So the next time we draw this specific pig, it'll be an 8/8 that stays in play for 2. So we want to get that pig back in ASAP. Fentio would be a little bit rough for us here. Vampire Princess is not a big deal because we can Crushing Blow through it. Oh, he's playing Blood Sapphire. Okay. Interesting. Probably still on a pile of extinctions in a 75. Pikachu on screen there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Drawing a non-shard at some point would be ideal. It's especially frustrating that we drew shards every turn so far, because it means we're not going to be able to empty our hand for this Merciful Tormentor anytime soon. I'm going to save this Crushing Blow, because if he like has a VK or a Vampire Princess we needed to attack through. It's worse if he has another Inquisition, but like he's already played 1 Inquisition, and usually they don't have Withering Touches in their main deck. And then the pig has been flooped. So we've got 1 flooped pig in the deck. So this matchup, like I said, is probably one of the more difficult ones for our deck, and I think need to hit some action. Yeah, he's affording to draw cards here, so we're probably just going to get Extinctioned, I assume. Sweet, not getting Extinctioned. That's good for us. Wow, so he's on Arcane Focuses too, so he's like full 2-color. Doesn't even just have a Sapphire Splash. There's the Fentio. We're looking for a Wild Growth, a Crackling Bolt, or a Crushing Blow here. It's another, okay, Mentor of Oakenhenge. So I think we're just supposed to like play Mentor and pass here. And then hopefully we just draw any non-shard next turn, and that makes these Tormentors 4/4s and lets us start attacking with them. Yeah, so I'm just going to pass the turn. This is not good for us if he has... Well, I guess if he has an Extinction here, it's technically a 2-for-2 because it's his Fentio and Extinction for our 2 Unmerciful Tormentors, because Mentor of the Oakenhenge turns into an Oakenhenge Ceremony, which finds us another guy. Interesting. I wonder if he's playing like just the Sapphire Spiders deck with Karanok instead of one of the other champions like Fox or whatever. Not a shard. Sweet. Well, that's great, because that means even if Fentio blocks Mentor or our Elemental, we get to go ahead and kill it still. Yeah, we made a couple changes from the deck I was playing last week. So we're up a shard and we're up a troop, and we've got more troops in the reserves. So we can empty our hand here. So these guys are gonna be 4/4s. So see what he does here. Depending on what he blocks, I'm probably going to Crushing Blow. Oh, he's going to Crushing Blow that. That's interesting. Well, I'm going to Crushing Blow the 3-1, because if he wants to spend a removal spell on our card that's not a card, that's fine with me. And then I'm going to burn him, which turns these into 4/4s. That's fine. So he has to have a removal spell for one of these guys, probably this 4/4 that he's not blocking. I'd assume he has a kill. So we've got 2 spider eggs and 3 tarantula eggs in our deck right now. Yeah, it's a kill for the 4/4. So he's going to 11 here, and then he's taking 7 down to 4, and we still have this 4/4 on play. So this is likely. This could be a Monsoon, but it's likely a Reese. Either way, if it's either of those, it's not coming into play for another turn. Exarch of the Egg is very good because it has lethal, so whatever it blocks, it gets to kill. You know, that being said, if he doesn't have a removal spell here, a removal action, he doesn't. He could just die. Mentor of Oakenhenge. And again, we're going to play out our guy pre-combat because when our hand is empty, this guy becomes a 4/4. We're just going to go ahead and ship with these idiots. Has to block here unless he has a removal spell. And now he's going to 2. Hopefully, either way, this isn't great for us if it's a Reese or a Monsoon. If it's a Monsoon, both of these guys come back. It is a Reese, so he's going to get to generate some robots here. But that being said, he can't realistically attack just yet, and we're going to get to start shoving these guys in because we could find our flooped pig with the Oakenhenge ceremony that these guys turn into. So, you know, what does this do? This is, when this enters play, create 2 replicas of a troop in your hand and put them in your... Alright, so that really doesn't do anything. We're too worried about. He's dead to burn, he's dead to Crackling Bolt unless he has counter magic here. Flooped Pig is lethal. Any pig is lethal unless he has a removal spell. We drew a... oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Please no counter magic. Please no counter magic. Please no counter magic. Please. Please no counter magic. Don't do it to us. Don't do it. Alright, so we're gonna try and lean on one of these in case he has a piece of counter magic. Maybe we'll bait it. Alright, we're gonna grab the Quashridge Tusker here. Alright, we're gonna try it. If he doesn't have counter magic, he dies. He could be playing like the Blood Sapphire Spider deck, in which case there's counter magic in his 75 for sure. Please. Woo! Yahtzee! Alright, what a series of plays. What a series of plays. Alright, so what do we want to do here? Definitely want the extra Mentor of Oakenhenge in the 75. I think we want Emberspire Witch. The Swift Strike is also super relevant too. I think we might want 1 Vine Lash. There's no guarantee he's on VKs and Princesses, but he probably at the very least has Princesses in his board. Scorch is not great in this matchup, so I'm going to trim those. You know what? I think I'm just going to wait on the Vine Lash because if he is on Vampires, Emberspire Witch helps against Vampires anyways. So the eggs are a mechanic where your opponent's cards put eggs into your deck, and depending on what type of egg your opponent creates and puts into your deck, when you draw it, your opponent gets a spider or a tarantula, depending on which type of egg that you drew. So our opponent's cards were putting eggs into our deck, and then we drew them, so our opponent got a bunch of tarantulas. And the tarantulas are 5/5 troops that when they come into play, destroy one of my creatures. So they are very strong. What do I want to cut here? My gut says I want to trim like some of the... I don't want to trim troops in this matchup, and in fact we boarded up troops because they're such a removal heavy deck. I think I want to trim some of the actions like Wild Growth here. I guess Skarn isn't amazing if I'm going down on like Scorches and Wild Growth. So maybe I'm going to actually trim 1 troop since I'm bringing in 4, and that gives us how many troops? I love that this is here. So this changes when I drag back and forth. Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm at 24 troops right now. That's fantastic. I love the stats that they give you. So yeah, so I think 24 troops is fine post reserves in this matchup. Like trim 1 Wild Growth because like his removal spells can blow those out when we try and target our guys. Crushing Blow I think is better than Wild Growth because it gives our guys crush. No worries, Finn. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're always happy to help people learn here. This seems pretty reasonable. It doesn't have a Wild Shard in it, but it's got Unmerciful Tormentor on 1 into Emberspire Witch on 2. And this, again, can prevent him from gaining life if he has Vampires. And we've got a Crackling Bolt to answer an Exarch of the Egg, which is very good against us. So, yeah, I think we're definitely going to keep this. It needs a Wild Shard, but it's got plenty of Ruby. One of the things I'm not sure about Emberspire Witch is we only have 13. We have 3 dual shards and then 10 Ruby shards in the deck. So double Ruby for the Emberspire Witch might be a little bit ambitious, but I feel like we're probably only boarding this in games that go a little bit longer anyway, so we probably have more than enough chance to draw them. Okay, no Exarch of the Egg is sweet. So if he had Exarch of the Egg, we were definitely going to Crackling Bolt, but he doesn't, so we're just going to go ahead and... we'll play the Emberspire Witch on 2 unless we draw a Wild Shard. If we draw a Wild Shard, we're probably going to play the Gas Troll. Yeah, that's perfect. So this is the dual shard, so it doesn't give us a temporary resource this turn, so we'll go ahead and we'll pick Wild here, and then we'll play out Gas Troll post-combat after we ship for 1 here. And Gas Troll's really sweet. We want to play this early because every time we play a Ruby card, it gets 1/1 permanently. So we get this out here, and then our Emberspire Witches start powering this up, and the Crackling Bolts power this up, etc., etc. This card is really sweet because it transforms after it dies. It means even if he doesn't do anything on his next turn, we can play Mentor of Oakenhenge out here, and it's not playing out more guys into a possible sweeper. So he does have vampires in his deck. Because I want to be able to attack into this, we're just going to go ahead and Crackling Bolt it out of the way. We could try and Wild Growth our way through it, but I think I'd rather save that for like a Fentio or something else that's got 4 toughness. There might be merit to just like jamming with our Blaze Elemental here. We're so troop dense in our hand. I think I want to just guaranteed get in the 4 points from this. So our champion ability creates a 3/1 with speed that dies at the end step. So basically we just like use 4 charges to 3 him here, and I think that's worthwhile. Let's just do this and get in for 6 here. Normally I'd save the Blaze Elemental because we have cards like Wild Growth in our deck, but the fact that we've got 2 more troops in our hand already means that I think this is fine. It does have Crush, you're right. You're not wrong. Look, reading is hard. Don't make fun of me. So our opponent just played a Zithrid Silk, which puts 2 Spiderling Eggs in our deck. One of the nice things about playing against Karnak with aggressive decks is that his champion power costs him 2 life to draw a card. So even though his deck generally is kind of favorable against us because it's got like life-draining vampires in it, his champion ability is not great against us because it pays life. So he has to be pretty far ahead in order to use his champion ability, and if he's ahead, you know... Alright, so he just takes the 2-for-1 on the Extinction. That's super reasonable. And then on our turn, we're just going to go ahead and go Ruby Shard and then Emberspire Witch. Ooh. Huh, that's a tough one. I think we're just going Gas Troll. Now, do I want to Emberspire or Oakenhenge? I think I'm going to Oakenhenge because he doesn't have any troops in play. He could, if he has another Extinction, he's going to be encouraged to play it just to kill our 2 guys. And this way, Mentor replaces itself, so... If he has like a Reese here, he might just like play the Reese and start making... Ooh, activates his champion ability. Aggressive. Alright, so he has Fentio. Wild Growth is good. Crackling Bolt's not bad, so we're going to go ahead and play out Emberspire Witch here. And we're going to go ahead and ship with these 2 guys. It's possible I'm supposed to... Yeah, I think I missed a point here. I think I'm supposed to Crackling Bolt his Dome. I'm gonna wild because if I Crackling Bolt his Dome, this would become a 3/3, and this would be a 9, and then he'd be going to 6 off the Gas Troll hitting him. So he blocks there. So I'm gonna go ahead and Wild Growth my guy. If he has a Rotcast, he has a Rotcast. Damage. Okay, sweet. So he takes that. Yeah, I definitely. Oh, I guess if I played Crackling Bolt, I couldn't Wild Growth. So I guess that's not strictly incorrect. I mean, he might just be. I don't know. Like I said, this champion ability is powerful. So like in the matches where you're like grinding a little bit, this is super reasonable. Inquisitor's pretty good. So whenever this dies, it goes back to his hand, and when it comes into play, it's going to give minus power to something. So I'm assuming he's going to minus power the Gas Troll here. That's the one that makes the most sense. I guess he could do the Ember Spire Witch, since this has Swift Strike. So hopefully we draw like a Wild Growth or a Crushing Blow here. Another Shard. I'm not sure. So he did miss a resource drop here. Shard. He didn't play a Shard last turn. I don't think he played a Shard last turn. So the question is, do I Crackling Bolt his guy and return it to his hand? K Smith with the 2-month resub. Thank you for the continued support. I really appreciate it. Subs are the absolute best way you can show your support for the stream, and I appreciate you hanging out for another month, mate. Welcome. So this gets 2 more cost when it goes back to his hand. So I could Crackling Bolt this and get in for 4, basically. Or I could just attack with both of these, and like if he trades Mentor for the Spider, I think I'm okay with that. And then I just have a Crackling Bolt afterwards. Because he's not blocking the Ember Spire Witch, and Mentor's probably replacing itself. So yeah, so I'm just gonna ship with these 2 and see what he does here before I do anything. He might just take it here. Because, like, trading with this isn't phenomenal. And, like, he doesn't trade with this because it's Swift Strike. Wow. Okay, sweet. Alright, and it goes back to his hand and costs him 2 more. So I think I want to hold this. It's bad if he draws like an Inquisition, but he might not leave a bunch of those in post reserves. And like if he spends his turn playing an Inquisition, he definitely can't replay that guy. If he replays that guy next turn, I might want a Crackling Bolt just to get through it. And this way, if we draw a Shard next turn, we can use our Champion ability as a surprise. Yeah, I think I'm just going to pass the turn. The only downside for this Crackling Bolt is that if he draws an Inquisition. So we get really punished if he has Inquisition, but I feel like he's just going to replay the Spider here and like give Ember Spire Witch. Oh, and we get rewarded for this. So hopefully, if he doesn't have counter magic, getting to Crackling Bolt this is phenomenal. And he could be playing counter magic in at 75. So like this could eat a piece of counter magic here. Kill in response. Sure, that's fine. Do they have a Vampire Kiss too? Nope. Alright, so I'm just going to burn his Dome here, and the reason why I'm burning his Dome is because it gives Gas Troll 1/1. So that lets us get in for 3 points of damage here. So he goes to 3. And then we know one of his 2 cards is the Spider. And then we're in a spot where even Shards are decent draws, because that'll allow us to activate our Champion ability and create a 3/1 Blaze Elemental. So if his play here is just play the Spider out, which it is, that means he's going to have to trade this. So I'm assuming he's going to give this to the 2/1. I guess he might give it to the Gas Troll, because the Gas Troll keeps getting bigger. Yep, he's going to do it to the Gas Troll. Fair. Alright. So even a Shard here is fine, because if we draw a Shard, he has to block our 3/1 because it's lethal. Alright, Unmerciful Tormentor's not a bad draw. I think I just ship with both of these because it's basically free. Cause like he can't block this since he can't kill this since it has 4 toughness. I'm assuming he's gonna block here. Yep, damage. And then so this turns into an Oakenhenge Ceremony, so we get to play this out and get another troop hopefully. Alright, we found Ember Spire Witch and Wild Boar. And so now we have a choice here. I think I just want the pig. Yeah, I'm just going to take the pig, because it's pig's good in case he has a sweeper. So we play the Unmerciful Tormentor out so it can attack next turn and pass the turn back. I already really like Mentor of the Oakenhenge. Card seems great. And now if he just plays back out his spider here and like gives this minus power, because remember it costs him 8 now, because every time it goes back to his hand it costs him more. He probably is not activating this because it puts him to 1, and then he's dead to burn in addition to Crackling Bolt. Activates? That seems super loose. So he should just be dead here. Okay, he could have... Okay, so this has to chump now, so if we draw a Shard... We're so many draws to kill him here. Even Shard kills him. That, unfortunately, does not kill him. So I think I'm just going to force him to... I'm just going to force him to trade Fentio with the pig here. Or for the pig to eat Fentio, and then the pig goes back into our deck. I'm not sure if I want to play out Quashi. Because if we play Quashi out, he... If we play out Quash, he gets to Spider it. And, like, holding Quash is upside if we draw, like, Gastrol. Yeah, I think I'm just going to pass here. Because this way, he might just play out his 3-1 as an 8 cost to defend from this. So he might just, like, play it anyways here. He doesn't. Okay. Ooh, that's very good. That's really good. Alright, well now we're playing out both of these. We're so close to this game. Every time, and I'm not saying this game is over, like we've lost it, but every time you do lose a game with an aggressive deck and your opponent finishes at like 1 or 2 points of life, you always like think back to yourself like, man, did I miss a point of damage somewhere? Should I have done something slightly differently? Like, so now he's going to play this, and we're going to go 16, he's going to go to 3, and then he's going to get to play his Spider out here for 8 and give one of our guys minus power. He's still dead to Crackling Bolt, Burn. He's dead to a Shard here too, right? No, he's not quite dead to a Shard. Shard does stuff. So Shard means that he has to block the Blaze Elemental. Because the Blaze Elemental does 3, right? Yeah. I guess we'll put this on the Blaze Elemental, because why not? And now that goes back to his hand, but it costs him 10 now. This has been a really good game. And we did win game 1, so if we end up, if this game ends up slipping away from us, we do get to play game 3 on the play, which is great. Okay, so he definitely drew something in the last 2 draws, because otherwise this attack wouldn't happen. Because this card holds these 2 at bay. VK, that's pretty rough for us. Alright, and then now he's even Shards are decent draws for him because they get to 8-8 pig. 8-8 pig? That's not an 8-8 pig. Alright, well. So this game is probably done now because everything except like Extinction is a good draw for him at this point. Am I going to ship with this? No, I guess it gives Quashi something to target. So close. Like, maybe I'm supposed to take that Emberspire Witch instead of the pig that one turn, but I guess the pig forced him to chump with Fentio, so we'd have a Fentio if we hadn't taken that. 8-8? Alright. Again, no reason to hold those. Hopefully he just drew, like, Extinction or counter magic or something like that. So, Rock Cast. Gross. Gross. So I think we're just drawing straight dead at this point, but we'll make him kill us. We've got plenty of time on the clock. It's not really something to worry about. So, I'm gonna gain some more life. I don't. Forget what I said about making him kill us. That game's pretty far gone. So we know he has a bunch of vampires in his deck now, so I think that changes my input. I think I'm gonna cut 2. I think I'm gonna cut a Burn and a Kilding Scarn and bring in. Should I bring in all 3 Vine Lashes? I should probably bring in all 3 Vine Lashes, right? Like, those guys are just really good against us. I mean, like, you got to remember too, like, we're looking at his plays from the side of we don't realize everything that he's doing and what's in his hand. So he has more information than we do about the decisions that he's making. So yeah, so we're down to 23 troops, but I think having answers to his things is more worthwhile than having slightly more troops in our deck in these killing skarns, because like killing vampire princesses is pretty important, especially vampire kings. But maybe I'm like just not supposed to. How many actions are we at? Quick actions, basic actions. Yeah, we only have 16, so like Skarn's not very good with only 16 actions anyways when we're boarding down on Scorches. So that's the thing about Modern. Modern is in a format where like there is a best deck. Outside of when things are messed up and Eldrazi are good, like Modern is a format where there's just a variety of decks that are all just fine. Alright. Come on. 2 shards, 5/1 drops. We'll definitely play first. This hand's sweet. Definitely keep. So we get to go ahead and play Quashi on 1, and then on 2 we get to go ahead and floop a pig, and Quash will give it plus damage. So turn 2 we're attacking for 6, which is super hot. And we're going to get flooped pigs into our deck just like super fast. Withering Touch. Rats. Sometimes people board in Withering Touch against us. I don't think it's very good on average, but, you know, they do it. Alright, play the boar out. So we attack with these. Quash gets a power, and Chain gives his power to the pig. Power to the pig! Hit for 6. I don't think the Thopter decks are very good on average in Modern. But, you know, we don't have optimal lists yet. But if he has Rotcast or Exarch here, that's a little annoying. Exarch's very good. Crushing Blow. Another Quash Ridge Tusker. Alright, so I think because we drew another Quash Ridge Tusker here, we're definitely taking a Ruby because we never need double wild. I think I'm just going to go... No, crap! Crap! I misclicked. I meant to look at him and then say we're going to... Whoops. So I misclicked there. I meant to right-click on this and zoom in and say, hey, this is a red guy, so we should play it after Gas Troll, and then I left-clicked on it instead. So Gas Troll should be a 2/2 right now if I had clicked correctly. So for reference, I'm aware that that is a mistake, and that mistake has been made. And I didn't attack here because this guy's just a 1/3 lethal, so it would just eat our guy alive. He has a Princess too. His curve is very good, so again, that's going to cost us multiple points of damage over a series of turns. At least we don't have any actions in our hand for this Princess to do. No, that's more than 1 point of damage probably, because Gas Troll won't necessarily die right away. Alright, so what am I supposed to do this turn? Princess is scary. I'm glad I have all the Vine Lashes in my deck. We could just like go Gas Troll, Mentor, and then attack with everything next turn. Hopefully draw like a Wild Growth or a Crushing Blow. We could just like play the pig and ship with the team. I think we're just supposed to go like Gas Troll, Mentor here. And this way, if he has like Extinction here, he's trading Extinction like 3 for 4 because this replaces itself. Extinction's still not good for us, but yeah. It's just, he had a very, very strong curve this game. Even on the play, this card's very good against us. Bless you. Alright. Probably giving him a Sapphire. Whoa, he put eggs in our deck. Maybe he boards out his Sapphire cards against us? So we've got Crackling Bolt, so he knows our last card's a pig. So he gets to make informed decisions here. If he has an Extinction, I'd probably cash in an Extinction here. If he has Extinction in any other gas, he should probably play it. Right, VK? Sure. Vine Lash. Come on, Vine Lash. One time dealer. One time dealer. Ugh. Ugh. That's frustrating. Alright, I think we're supposed to ship with the team here. This attack probably ends poorly for us, but we're going to try. So, leftmost will be added to the chain first. So we want our higher power Quash to resolve first. And we want this to target something with Crush. We want this to target the other one. So this is going to go to a 2, which will put this to a 3, which will put this to a 4. He hit one of his Spiderling eggs. I guess we had 4 Spiderling eggs in our deck since he did the Silk 2. He hit Spiderlings, so that gets to block this. Vampire blocks here and puts him to 20. This probably blocks here. And then he takes 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 and goes to 9. And he keeps his Exarch and his Vampire, and this trades with this. And we lose both Quash, so like maybe this attack is bad. I don't know. I feel like we're just like not stemming this bleeding ever. Like I said, I think this matchup's hard for us. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch the video. I had to have made a mistake somewhere in that second game where we had him at 1 life for a point, for a quick hot minute there. Even the 1 point that we missed in the gas troll here from the turn I sequenced incorrectly. Oh, wow, so he's blocking there. Okay, so we are still losing both Quashes, but he's taking a little bit more damage than I expected, and he's losing the Exarch of the Egg. So I don't think those are optimal blocks from him, but, you know, to each their own. He's got 2 vampires on the table, so it probably doesn't matter if he makes optimal blocks. And maybe based on the cards in his hand, they are optimal blocks, so who knows. So we have a lot of reserves for this matchup, but we didn't happen to hit any in our top whatever here. Ember Spire Witch stops players from gaining life, so it turns off the life linking on these vampires, and then the vines also deal 4 damage to troops with flying, so we could kill VK if we had it. Yeah, okay. We're just going to go ahead and call it a day. Move on to the next one. So that game wasn't close, but we won the first one, and the second game was particularly close. Yeah, the attack may not be good, but exactly. I think, like, our best chance there is, like, because he has, like, there might be argument to just shipping with, like just playing the pig and attacking with the pig and, like, waiting until we draw a wild growth or a crushing blow to attack with the Quash. Like, I could see... That seems very good, and we won the coin flip, right? Yep, sweet. There might be merit to waiting until we drew like a wild growth or a crushing blow to attack with the Quashies. Like, I think there might definitely have been merit to just attacking with the pig that turn. Like, if anything, that was the mistake there. But again, I feel like there wasn't a lot we could do in that second game. The third game. The second game, we had a lot of decisions, and he ended up at a low life total, so there was probably room to gain a little bit more advantage in that second game that I didn't get out, but... I'll have to go back and rewatch the video to see. So opponent champion reverts a troop he controls. So I think this is usually the 5-color deck. Yeah, 3 Vine Lashes definitely. Yeah, usually they are. Why is this free? Is there something else? It has a green, so it's not always free. Is this free if it's in your opening? So he must have something else in his opening hand that made this free? And this gives this guy life drain, which is not great for our aggro deck. I'm going to go ahead and play a wild shard here. Am I supposed to play Mentor? Or am I supposed to play Quash? I think I'm supposed to attack here, and if he blocks, I'm supposed to wild growth. Because this guy giving all of his guys life drain is probably not something we can beat, so I think I'm okay just trading a wild growth for this now. And he might not block because if we're attacking, we probably have a trick. So if he doesn't block, we're probably going to... I think we're going to play Mentor just to be resource efficient here. But if he does block, yeah, no blocks. So we're just going to go ahead and deal our 1 here because he recognizes that life drain is probably going to be pretty important in this matchup. And I guess I'm going to play Mentor out. Multiple Quash is really good, though. Like, they start pushing a lot of damage really quickly. Oh, if it's in your opening hand, it's free. Okay. Why? That's weird that that line of text isn't on the card. Else it costs 3. Wow, that's really good. I'm surprised I haven't seen that card before. Seems pretty reasonable. Who would play Mentor and who would play Quash here? There's definitely upside to both. Like, being more resource efficient is definitely upside. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play Mentor. Being resource efficient seems good. This also lets us block if he tries to... He can't attack us with this then. This isn't the 5-shard deck. Probably. He played a... I think it was a Ruby Diamond shard on one. If I caught what that was. So this has Life Drain. I think I'm just passing the turn here. I feel like our attacks aren't getting better until we have multiple Quash here. Especially with this having Life Drain now. Maybe I'm supposed to ship with Mentor there, because I'm okay if he's trading. Yeah, I think... Okay, I missed 2 points of damage. I don't think he's trading either of his guys for Mentor. Yeah, I definitely should have done that. That is what should have happened. Alright, it's getting better. So, like, we're waiting on a Crushing Blow now. Or a Troll. I guess maybe I'm supposed to be getting aggressive because, like, the more idiots he plays out, the more life training guys he's gonna have. He's just on, like, mono life drain guys. Yeah. Well, as long as he's not attacking, I guess we're just going to keep passing back and forth. I don't think we're winning a game where he starts with this, though. Especially with this, too. Alright, we're going to go ahead and call that a game. Definitely want Ember Spire Witch, I think. Scorch doesn't seem... I guess Scorch kills his Valiant Escorts. Do I want Heat Wave? No, probably not. I don't think I want Vine Lash against just Angels either. Does he even have that much life gain? Do I might not even want the Ember Spire Witches in all honesty. I'm not really sure what I want to board. Like, maybe I'm just... This can't just be a hit submit, right? That seems wrong. But I mean, like, in all honesty, it seems like what his deck was doing doesn't seem very good against us, except for the fact that he happened to have his Inspire guy cost 0 that gave, like, all of his other guys life drain. Like, what his deck doing did not seem particularly impressive or very good against, like, what our guys are doing outside of that one card. And he's not always going to have it in his opener. I mean, everything on his board was going to be better. Like, that's like, saying their card that costs 8 mana is going to be good against us isn't reasonable. Like, if the game has gotten to the point where he's spending 8 mana on it, 8 resources or shards or whatever you want to call it on it, like, we're not winning that anyways. I don't know if the Vine Lashes are worth it. I feel like we're just supposed to, like, Wild Growth and Crushing Blow our way through those guys. I'm just going to submit for now on the play. We really haven't seen enough of his deck. Maybe we'll bring in heat waves and stuff like that on the draw, but I think we just want to be like as aggressive as possible on the play. And like, to be fair, he had that 0-drop in his hand, but like, we have 4 burns and 4 crackling bolts, so like, we have a lot of ways to interact with that thing. This matchup seems awful for us. Our opponent's just like playing a bunch of cards that just like this card, like here, this trades with Quash and then like turns into a Spirit, so like just can't attack. So would not be surprised if we lose this in 2 not close games. The deck our opponent is playing is not what you would call a thing. Look on Hex meta and see if he's done anything with it. B-E-R-S-K. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's ever 5x to gauntlet with it, so I'm not like if we get destroyed in this match, I'm not going to be particularly worried about it. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and play the pig out. So I'm going to go ahead and play the pig out, and then I'm going to ship the idiots in, and then after he blocks one of our quashes, I'm going to burn it before it deals damage. So that way it won't be blocking quash. Yeah, exactly. Where are the Winter Moons at? Give us Winter Moon. Alright, so this is the one that's going on the stack, or the chain. This one's going on the chain first, so I want this one to target the one all the way to the left, and I want this one to target this one. So this is going to go to 2, and then this is going to go to 6. So he's going to block the 2-power quash, and then we're going to burn it before damage happens. And then he's going to take 7 here. He could have like a repel, which would not be great for us, but we just can't play around everything. Yeah, but it's no longer blocking when it comes back, right? It says transform it and put it into play. So it's not blocking any longer. If it's still blocking when it comes back, that's me not understanding how Hex works, but I'm pretty sure when it comes back it's no longer blocking. So I guess this is about to be a learning experience. Yeah, like this card is just like irrelevant for a lot of the Shard Ward. Yeah, okay. Sure. I mean, I guess we'll keep playing because it's whatever, but like that's yeah. Not only is his deck just naturally good against ours, but he's got extra cards in his reserves that just like crap all over us. And he was complaining in chat before game 1 that he took his Meeks out. Like, you probably should never have had Meeks in your deck to begin with, because this deck just crushes our little creature deck. Like, being slightly bigger in these, like, So ours is like, for people that are not familiar with archetypes, like ours is like a very hyper aggressive deck, and his deck is a more like slower aggressive deck. So like his deck loses much harder to our deck than Blood does, and it probably doesn't beat Wintermoon either. Whereas our deck can go under things like Wintermoon and occasionally get under Blood, but him being slightly bigger in these type of matchups is very good for him. But so he probably has a good matchup against things like our deck here, and then he probably has good matchups against things like what's that other deck? I'm just going to ship with the team here because, again, just not getting better. In response to Quash's attacks trigger, I'm going to go ahead and Wild Growth it. So we get doubles on this, and then Quash hopefully doesn't die. He might just go, like, triple block and then sack this to make his guys invincible until end of turn, which is the correct play, so I assume he's going to do it. And then probably just going to concede because we're super dead. Yeah, this is like playing Burn versus Soul Sisters. Like, we're not having a good time, and you have to accept that the fact that you can't beat Soul Sisters doesn't mean your Burn deck's unplayable. It just means that, like, Soul Sisters is a tier 2 deck that your tier 2 deck can't beat. Like, this deck is by no means like the best deck in the format, but it just doesn't line up well against what our opponent's doing. Alright, well, we got him to 12, and we've got an Oakenhenge Ceremony in hand. We've got 2 flooped pigs in the deck, so maybe... I don't know what this does when this comes into play. Transform target troop, sure. So, this transforms it, and then he can revert it back into a 3/3. So, powerful synergy there. This card with this champion is very good. Like, this card alone is probably the reason to play the champion he's playing. It basically lets you reanimate target troop in your discard pile. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a day here. Try and queue up another match. So, this has not been a good showing for this updated configuration. Actually, that's not true. The Blood matchup was very close, and I've never had a Blood matchup this close with an aggressive deck before, so I don't think that I mean, Berkshire, like, you crushed our aggro deck with your deck built to crush aggro decks, so, we died. Congrats. We just didn't really do anything, and then we died. The Azure Fate, Terry, are you talking about the combo-y, the Blood Sapphire combo deck? I actually wrote about that on hextcg.com 2 weeks ago. I think that deck's very strong. It's got a lot of play to it. It can also be built into a couple of different things. Like, I was playing just a straight Blood Sapphire, like, mid-range deck. Yeah, it's definitely a tier 1 deck is definitely one way to put it. It is very, very good. Super reasonable. Like I said, I have no doubt that I probably made mistakes in that second game. Like, we finished with the Blood player. We had the Blood player 1 life for, like, more than 1 turn, so I probably missed a point of damage. Missed a point of damage somewhere. I mean, the opponent who's here in chat. Waiting to queue, waiting to queue. Hi ho the cheerio, waiting to queue. Of course, as soon as I ran a commercial, the match queued. So I'm going to wait a minute for the people that don't have ad block on that are watching the commercial to start the match here. So hold on just a second. Opponent's playing a blood champion, right? Sacrifice a troop, another troop gets 2/2. This hand's probably reasonable. It's not our troop, but our champion power gives the troop. So if we'd like just draw a bunch of shards, we're going to be reasonable. We have both of our colors here. Seems not bad. Quash on one. I've got so many wild growths here. Do I want to just, like, use one aggressively? I don't think I do. I think I want to wait until we have at least one more troop. Also, he could start playing some idiots out here, and then we're going to need a wild growth to attack through them. Hopefully he doesn't play, like, Exarch of the Egg. That would be, like, worst case scenario. Oh, yeah, man. You just take your pick. Should ban Azure Fate. I mean, like, Azure Fate isn't in every successful deck. Like, the ramp decks are plenty successful without it. If we don't draw a troop this turn, I think I'm going to fire off 2 of these wild growths as just 6U. Yeah, I think they could just be worth so much more if he just, like, plays... Yeah, I'm just going to keep 2ing him. I'm just going to 2 him for now. I mean, to be fair, I would much rather play against all of those decks that you just listed. Like, he probably just has a kill here now, and then our only guy's gonna die. So, like, maybe I was supposed to wild growth him out last turn because he didn't have access to kill. Yeah, I'm assuming he's just, like, spending kill. Yeah, Rotcast. Alright, yep. That's not great for us. Yeah, I should have burned 2 wild growths last turn. And then he'd be at 9 right now, and then I'd have these 3 in my hand. Has a Vampire King. Alright, yep. So I'm not sure what opponent's doing with this champion. Maybe he misclicked the champion when building, but it's a blood champion, so... Yeah, it could still be a misclick. probably just going to kill the rest our guys for the rest of the game. We would much rather play against like established decks than more random things. I think this deck's fairly reasonable against the ramp decks, and it's reasonable against Winter Moon. Well, you're not getting anything because we have a bunch of actions in our hand. At least this is basically never hitting a troop out of us. Hopefully he just like plays another VK here. The fact that he saw the Crushing Blow is not great for us because he saw one of the cards he doesn't know. I'm assuming his hand is just like infinite removal. What is this? When this dies, choose one at random. Draw a card for each troop in your crypt. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Fair. I think we're saving this burn because it can pump this later. Alright. So, Boar. So, if we play Wild Growth, Crushing Blow. Or just Wild Growth, Crushing Blow. This gives it 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think I'm just supposed to... not playing the pig out, though, means that the VK could hit the pig. Which sucks. That's rough. I think I'm supposed to risk the VK hitting the pig here. I feel like if he had more removal, he would have gotten it. So this gives him a chance. This gives him a 25% chance to hit the pig with the VK. I guess I could make this 12. Nah, I want to keep this a little bit lower so that way the pig has a less chance of getting hit. If he hits the pig, we're probably done for here. If he doesn't hit the pig, we have a reasonable shot. Alright, well, that's a card he knows about. Okay. Well, he knows the pig is there. Oh, Ruby Shard would not be bad here because it would let us play Pig, 1-drop, and then activate our champion ability. Get in for a lot of damage. Take the pig away. Okay. He like has to block this, right? That wasn't a bad draw, so we get to go Crackling Bolt plus Burn. So Crackling Bolt or Crushing Blow were two of our best draws there. You can go ahead and download it now. Like all the Steam release is going to do is let you tie it into your Steam account later, and you can link it to Steam afterwards once they release on Steam. So you're not going to get punished for registering now or waiting, or rewarded for waiting. So whenever we play an action now, this permanently gets 3/3. So if he doesn't have a removal spell, this thing can eat him alive. It's the first time I've gotten to this form in this deck. Crushing Blow would be the nut high if he doesn't have a removal spell. If he attacks with this, I go for the kill next turn. Crushing Blow. Floop the pig, huh? Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah, we're gonna floop the pig. Let's get in there. Get in there, piggy. So we attack with both of these. And he blocks this one, otherwise he dies. And then we Wild Growth the pig. Yeah, Wild Growth the pig makes this a 6/6 permanently. So the first two versions of this guy, they revert the power and toughness they gain every turn, but this one keeps it permanently. So this is just a 6/6. Monsoon, sure. Crushing Blow, Crackling Bolt. Ruby Shard also kills him here because it activates our P.A.K.A. ability. So go ahead and ship with this guy again. Yeah, the Inspire mechanic's a lot like Slivers, actually. Lets your guys power each other up. So we just have him under the Abyss here until he draws a removal spell. Just every turn he has to lose a dude to this guy. This plus Wild Growth are almost lethal, so we get a lot of draws to make it lethal next turn. Alright, well, got game one. So he's got vampires, and we didn't see anything that Scorch kills, right? So I'm going to go ahead and cut that for now. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in Ember Spire Witches and the Vine Lashes. So ratios are useful in this deck because we have a lot of different things that we need to keep track of, like our... He doesn't look like he has a lot of things that burn kills either. And when we're boarding on actions, I like to cut a Skarn. And I think I want the extra Oakenhenge Cemetery against a little bit of a removal heavy deck. So, like, cut the other Skarn. The Skarn was good that game, but I don't think it's good in this matchup on average. And then maybe trim the burn as well. I think the Crushing Blows and Wild Growths are better because they allow our smaller guys to attack into... They're worse for killing our opponent with reach at the end of the game, but they're better for attacking into our opponent's bigger troops. The logic on Mentor of the Oakenhenge is that it allows us to have a little bit of longevity. It also helps us find our pigs out of our little boars here in our deck after we've flooped them and are looking for them for the second time. Like, a lot of the decks in this game right now have a lot of removal in them, so they allow you to basically 2-for-1 your opponent. Pretty easy mulligan here. This is actually the first time we've had to mulligan today, so that's not too bad. I think it's the first time we mulligan. At any rate, we just don't have both colors. I have a lot of cards in color. Easy mulligan again. No shards. Not great, but we're gonna keep it 5. All right, that's a good draw. Don't have anything we need to do on one anyway, so let's go ahead and grab a Ruby Shard here. And the extra Mentor on the board is for, in the reserves, is for when we want to have a higher threat density against removal heavy decks. Let's take our pig here. So you're just left with a bunch of pump spells then that don't do anything. I don't think anything like that has been very successful recently, Nilzen. I comb Hex meta fairly often looking for new things that look interesting and good, so if there's new decks out there being successful, I will see them at some point. Yeah, but then you're playing a 4-drop in your aggressive deck, and you're just doing something completely different than, like, playing a 2-drop that can be a value card in your aggressive deck is not unreasonable in the slightest. Which has... That's a... This is like a $70 Vampire Princess because it's Ultra Art. Yeah, I'm just gonna concede. We're just gonna play game 3 on the play here. So Vampire Princess takes an action out of our hand every turn and gives him a removal spell with it. So we're just not winning that game. Foot and Mouth, I didn't see your message. I'm going to be streaming Modern next week when we have relevant Modern to play. We don't have leagues today and tomorrow. The ban list updates on Wednesday, but I plan on playing Shadows over Innistrad cards in my Modern deck, and we can't do that until Friday, and I will be playing an Invitational on Friday. So the first 2 decks that I wrote about and focused on were Sapphire-based decks, so I intentionally looked for something that didn't involve Sapphire cards in it for this next deck I'm playing right now, and probably the next thing I'm playing too. I'm going to intentionally look for something that doesn't involve Sapphire cards, because I don't want all of all of the decks they feature and talk about to be similar variations. And I realize that not all Sapphire decks are specifically the same, but a lot of them are pretty similar. That seems pretty good. Play Gas Troll. Gas Troll on one's great, so then every Ruby card we play for the whole game makes him bigger. Oh, come on, have a Withering Touch. Oh, yeah! Get wrecked, nerd. So Withering Touch takes an action away from us, and we have no actions in our hands. We actually don't have that many actions post-reserves. We just got flooded on them last game after we mulliganed. Crushing Blow's not bad. So I think we're just going to, like... I don't think we want to floop the pig here. I think we want to go ahead and play out the Oakenhenge Mentor. Yeah, I'm told once upon a time the Gas Troll pumped off of shards as well. That's insane. It's good enough just pumping off of just Ruby cards. The Invitational is modern and standard. Deals 3 damage, each opposing champion. Okay. The Invitational is modern and standard, so I will be playing both. So I'm going to go ahead and play out Ember Spire Witch here. And again, the reason why we want to do this pre-combat is because it makes the Gas Troll bigger. I'm going to go ahead and ship with both of our guys. He's likely going to block the Gas Troll, and then we'll Crushing Blow past his guy. So, Crushing Blow. This isn't lethal, is it? No, yeah. So, Crushing Blow makes our guy a 5/5, and then he only blocks 1 since our guy is Crush, so he takes 6 there. Next turn, we're going to go ahead... Next turn, we're going to go ahead and play a Shard and play Pig plus activate Paka. Hopefully we draw like a Crushing Blow or a Wild Growth to like push additional damage in here. Vampire Kiss. Sweet, he doesn't gain life from that, so that's good. So is he dead here? This is 5, 9. Yeah, he's dead. Sweet. Get wrecked. All right. We do the Crackling Bolt for the extra rubbins here. Being on the play is so good. Floop the pig. Alright, we're on the board. We're not going to 0-3 the gauntlet. We got that going for us. Like I said, I think the changes I made are good. Are better on average, so we'll see. So far, my first 2 gauntlets with the untouched version of this deck were 3-3 and 4-3, so we'll see how this goes. I got almost 100 people hanging out here today watching some Hex. I'd like to say thank you for stopping by the channel. If it's your first time, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I'm a professional gamer. Play a lot of Hex and Magic on this channel. So if you like either of those, make sure you use the follow button below the stream to show your support. What does this card do? Transform target troop in your crypt into a zombie. Put that troop into your hand. Alright, sure. This hand's not great. Like 4 shards is a little heavy, but it's got Quash on 1 and another troop, so I think I'm going to keep it. Opponent, again, this champion really isn't a thing, so just a lot of brews in the gauntlet this morning, including the one we're playing. Another Quash Ridge Tusker is a good draw, so we're going to have Quashy into Quash Unmerciful next turn. The downside to having 4 shards in the opener means that Unmerciful Tormentor is at earliest going to be a 4/4 on turn 4. If we draw another shard, which we're fairly likely to in the next number of turns, he won't be a 4/4 until turn 5, so we'll see. Hopefully we just like keep drawing one cost cards here. Gas Troll is an excellent draw as well, and it's 1 drop, so we're going to play these in the right order this time. So we play Gas Troll first, we play Quash Ridge Tusker, make Gas Troll bigger. We go ahead and get in here with this Quash Ridge Tusker, so he rages up. If opponent doesn't have a removal spell next turn, he's going to take a lot of damage. because we're going to wild growth this Quash in response to a trigger, which is going to pump onto this, which is going to pump onto this, and this gas troll is just going to be huge. Opponent's playing Blood Wild. Interesting. So Blood Wild's going to be this archetype, this combination of shards is really underrepresented right now, but it's going to be much better. It's going to be much better after the new set comes out here for sure. Primal Dawn has a lot of tools for these colors. Alright, we drew a boar as well. So let's go ahead and play this. And let's go ahead and play the wild boar. Alright, go ahead and floop the pig this turn. Attack with everything. So we want... I always want the lowest power Quash to go onto the chain first because you want that one to resolve last because you're going to target it with the higher power Quash first. So we want... Ultimately, we want to target the Crush guy, and we're going to target this. And then in response to this going on the stack, we're going to go ahead and Wild Growth him. So this Wild Growth basically adds 9 power to our board because it gives this +3, which then gives this +3, which then gives this +3. So this is going to go to a 6, and then this is going to go to an 8. So this is one of this deck's like really powerful draws. This is our third turn here. So when you're wondering why this deck might be worth playing, I think it's because of draws like this. So even if he blocks the 6 power guy here, he's taking 8, 13, 17 and going to 6 this turn. So he got some Battle Hoppers in his hand. I'm kind of surprised he didn't do that last turn and make some Battle Hoppers. Oh, you know what I wonder if he's doing? I wonder if he's got cards that revert troops into his deck. That would be kind of hot. He can use this to make a zombie out of a Borean Root Father and then revert it back into a Root Dad. That would be super interesting. I'm not familiar enough offhand with all the cards in Hex to know if that's a thing. Oh, Battle Hoppers cost 1. That's why he didn't do it. Okay. He blocked something. He blocked the 6/1 Quash. The old Quash high five. Yep. I'm going to activate this. Play Unmerciful Tormentor out because it makes Gas Troll bigger. He probably has a kill here, I'd assume. That's why he only played out 1 Battle Hopper. I'm assuming he's going to kill Quash Ridge Tusker before we attack. Then he's going to block Blaze Elemental with the Battle Hopper and take 3 from the Gas Troll. Yeah, he has a kill. He's killing the Gas Troll. That's interesting. Okay, he just wants to get the Crush guy off the table. That's fair. Because he can block the Blaze Elemental and still just take 3 from Quash here. I guess since he has Battle Hoppers, killing the Crush guy is pretty valuable to him. He goes to 3 here, which means he's now dead to Crackling Bolt. If we draw anything other than a Shard next turn, we can turn our Unmerciful Tormentor into a 4/4, because we can empty our hand. Oh yeah, Scion of the Oberon, Scorn of the Oberon, right? I've played that card in the reserves of Wintermoon before. So he gets to play this plus a Battle Hopper, so that's pretty good. So hopefully we just want to draw any non-shard this turn. Crushing Blow would be ideal. Okay, Mentor of the Oaken Ridge, that'll do. So we're going to trade Quash with this guy. And then this guy is going to eat the Battle Hopper. So we are losing Quash this turn, but I do think we want to keep pressuring his guys. Me, 89325, with the 213 sub. Thank you for the continued support. I really appreciate it. Subs are what keep the stream going. It's the best way to keep the wife off my back if Twitch brings in money. I love streaming, but I'm able to do it more often if the more support we have. So thank you for that. Yes, a Hoogle Bolt to you. Make some more battle hoppers here. So we're going to have a 4-4 left over and a 2-1, and he's at 3. I thought this was a My Little Pony looking at it in his hand like that, so I was like, oh no, it's a rabbit. That makes sense. Okay, yep, and he's putting the Aborian Root Father as a zombie into his hand. He's playing it as a zombie, and if he has Scorn of the Oberon here, this is Battle Hoppers. So again, we're going to play out Mentor before we attack, so that way this becomes a 4-4. I assume I wouldn't be surprised to see like Chump plus take 2 here or Chump Chump. I assume he wants this to stay alive. Where are my sleeves? I don't have any sleeves. I don't see what's wrong with this back. Like honestly, let's just like regular Magic cards like Flick Ape. At the end of turn, revert all troops. That's hot. So now this is going to be so revert. So this is transformed into a zombie by his champion power. Hopefully we just like draw a pump spell and kill him here, but that's pretty good. Alright, Ruby Shard. He's probably playing both. I'd assume he's playing Scions. It's the Flick Ape deck, yeah. Huh. So I think I want to ship, but this doesn't gain life, right? You may put target troop from your crypt into your hand. I guess I don't want him hitting us with this. You did give me a code for sleeves. I don't think I used it. I don't remember. I like this card back. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like your cards get damaged in this game. So we could put him to 1 here, but then we're going to get attacked. We're going to get attacked by this Root Father. But then, like, we kill him with Burn and Crackling Bolts. Have we played any Burns or Crackling Bolts yet? We haven't. So that would give us 8 live draws just to kill him here. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna attack him with everything here. He kills a Mentor as well, so I guess we might not even have to take a hit from this because Mentor is gonna give us an Oakenhenge ceremony. Yeah, so he's gonna take 2 and go to 1, and we're gonna get a ceremony. Go ahead and play this. And play this out. Zombies you control have lethal. Revert and transform 2 target troops and crypts into zombies into play under your control. Ooh. So we just like never beat that. Oh, this is. Ugh. Alright, well we need to draw. Wait, 1 shot. Oh, this costs 5 to activate. Okay. So this plus Flick Ape just like. Oh, yeah. Alright, good. Good. There's no way we were winning this game if it kept going, so. I'm glad we attacked with everything last turn. That was why we attacked last turn, to give us the out of Burn in addition to Crackling Bolt, so. Alright. Just kill him before the crap hits the fan. It's a really good plan. So, Scorch doesn't seem like it does a lot. Do I want the Heat Waves in this matchup? I almost feel like Heat Wave clearing out his guys isn't bad. It's not great with Quash, but some of them might be fine, especially on the draw. I think I just want a couple Heat Waves. Oh, he could have a bunch of, like, fight dinos on the board. So, like, maybe I want Ember Spire Witch so he just doesn't have... He can't gain life. That's possible, too. Wild Growth is pretty good. Like, fight dinos are, like, medium against us. Because, like, we have Wild Growths and Burns to, like, interact with them. I think I'm just going to trade the Scorches for Heat Waves and see how that feels. This could be very incorrect. And we likely, even if it is correct on the draw, we likely don't want it when we're on the play. I'm going to be writing about the Get Rog Monster deck on MTG Card Market this week. It'll go up probably Wednesday or Thursday. I'm hoping to get it submitted tonight, so... Yeah. My oldest is hilarious. He dances when the children play music on the TV. Huh. If this hand had a second Ruby Shard in it, I think I would keep it, because that way we're guaranteed to be able to activate our champion power. But as is, this hand needs shards and it needs non-shards. Like, we need to draw both. And, like, a speculative hand that only needs to draw one of those two things is okay. But the fact that we don't have double Ruby, I think, makes this a draw again. Yeah, this hand's reasonable. I just give them names that are easy to remember. I'm so bad at remembering, like, the actual names of cards. I think your pillow's too big to fit through that window, bud. I'll be right back. I'm going to go help my oldest with something. Just a second. Toddler. Oh, you got it? Good job. Yeah, the starter decks on average, I think, are bad EV compared to just, like, buying cards individually, compared to the auction house or, like, on something like Hex Primal. Speaking of, if you use code Jeff5 above the stream there, you can get 5% off any of your orders on Hex Primal. Shameless self-plug. I think I'm just going to floop the pig here and just, like, get in our 4 points of damage now. Like, he has his 3 cost 2/2 next turn that can just, like, block the pig and not care, and, like, battle hoppers and stuff. So I'm just gonna get the pig flooped into the deck here right away, and then next turn we can go Shard, Mentor, second Tormentor. Yeah, and has the 2/2 here, so we got our damage in when we could. Hopefully we just don't draw any more shards this game. That would be ideal. That's sweet. So, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and go Crackling Bolt this guy, activate Paka to get in our damage now. He's going to discard some guys and get some Battle Hoppers in his hand. Boring Root Father, sure, so he's well on his way. So we're going to go ahead and activate this before he has Battle Hoppers to start blocking with and get in for 3 points of damage off our champion ability. And then next turn, if we draw any non-shard, we only have things that cost 2 or less in our deck. So if we draw any non-shard next turn, we can go Wild Shard, Mentor, cast that, have 4/4s. This guy takes 4 to activate, so he can activate this starting this turn, so he can make a zombie. So if we draw a shard next turn, we're actually going to be in trouble, because that means these guys can't attack into the 2/2. It was any non-shard, in fact, though, so we'll go ahead and play out Mentor, play out Quashi, ship for 8. If he doesn't have Rockcast and he has a Flick Ape or something that he wants to transform that back with, he has to just take the serve for 8 here, which is not bad for us. If he has a Rockcast and he only takes 4 here, oh, sweet. Don't have an instant speed revert. Don't have an instant speed revert. Oh no! Revert a troop you control, draw a card. That's so bad for us. That's so bad for us. Alright, he goes to 11. Ruh-roh, Raggy. If you want to take a little bit of time and you know what cards you're looking to get, I would take the time and compare what it costs on Hex Primal and what it costs on the auction house. So many Battle Hoppers. Oh no. I don't think we're going to be able to pull this game out. He's got a lot of defense here. We're just not really going to be able to power through all these things quick enough, I don't think. If he attacks with this guy, I'm going to go ahead and block with Mentor. Yeah. So this doesn't have Crush, right? I'm not sure why he didn't trade his gems out. I feel like he's more than safe against our 2 colors not needing Spell Shield on this. Oh no! That's so savage. He gets our Oakenhenge ceremony. Yeah, we're not gonna beat an Arborean Rootfather. Turn 4 Arborean Rootfather's not bad. I definitely, yeah. Seeing how that game played out, I think the heat waves are right. I almost want another one, in all honesty. Yeah, I think, how many troops am I at right now? Yeah, we've played 20 troops before. I'm actually going to bring in another heat wave. Because I feel like we have to be able to, like, hit through his guys. And, like, Kilningscarn and Gas Troll and even killing our own Mentor is not a big deal. Quash doesn't live through a heat wave, but that's not a big deal. We can let Quash live through a heat wave if we, like, Wild Growth it pre-combat. So, like, it isn't always just dead. I guess he's not always going to have that rabbit, though. Yeah, I'm just going to leave 2 in on the play. We would like to play first with our aggressive deck. This hand's great. I get to attack with a 3/3 Quash Troll on turn 2. Oh, baby. Oh, Gas Troll, Quash Troll. I just make words up when I'm looking at cards. Let's be honest here. So we go Gas Troll on 1, into Ruby Shard, Quash Unmerciful on 2, and just bring the pain. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Gas Troll. Look at his belly. His belly's so full, he's going to explode. He's going to explode. Wild Growth is great. Man, everything's great. If he doesn't have a turn 2 play, he's going to be really dead. Like, really, really dead. And if his turn 2 play isn't like a Rotcast or an Exarch of the Egg, he might still just be really dead. Man, we draw a non-dual shard next turn. We like go Shard, Pig, Wild Growth to Quash in response to the trigger. Quash. Oh, jeez, he's not going to do anything. Come on. Non-dual shard. Non-dual shard. Non-dual shard. Non-dual shard. It's a specific, or another Wild Growth. I'd settle for that too. Rats. That's fine. That's fine. This powers up Gas Troll. We're going to go ahead and attack with these guys. Quashy's going to target this. This Wild Growth's going to target Quash in response. Puts him to 8 with 4, which puts him to 8. So he just takes like 13 here on turn 3. Go to 8. Sure. The Gas Troll's getting big. He's so big. Next turn, we get to floop the Pig. The turn after that, we get to floop the Pig again. He should just be dead here, right? I think the Pig just means he blocks this and he takes more than 8 from everything else. He might even just be dead on board, right? He like blocks 2 power from this and yeah, he's dead on board. But I'll go ahead and floop the Pig anyways, because he doesn't love a good Pig floop every now and again. No, Piggy, go! Pig gon' floop. Floop to whoop. Shoop to whoop a floop. All right. Rallying back a little bit here from 0-2 to 2-2. My Fentio sold that I... Sweet. Cue it up. Instantly queued. Wonderful. Love it. Love not waiting. Jacob, why are you biting the table? Kids are so weird. You got a plastic folding table set up and he's just like biting the edge of it. This isn't the same guy we played earlier, is it? I usually don't see this champion very often. We're on the draw this game. Oh, that's unfortunate. Rats. So Withering Touch takes a non-troop, non-resource card out of our hand, and we only had one of those. Alright, so we go Ruby Shard into Tormentor. Tormentor's not great on one, but, you know, it's better than nothing. Pig is the place. Alright, so next turn we get to go Mentor. Next turn after that we go Shard, Mentor, Merciful. No Exarch of the Egg. 2-1, sure. Wild Growth's not bad. Do I want to trade for that? I don't know if I do. I think I'm going to wait and see if he gets aggressive. I'm just going to go ahead and play Mentor and pass, I think. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm okay with that trade. He gets his power off. I should have attacked first, but he probably takes this trade. Yeah, sure, I have to flip it, you bite it, bite that eyeball. Maybe I'm supposed to hold on to that, just because it's going to be a 4-4 relatively quickly. Yeah, that could have been incorrect. Vampire Princess, gross. So, I think this turn, just to guarantee this doesn't do anything against us, I'm just shipping with Mentor here, and then even if he doesn't block, I'm just going to burn him for 5, basically. Yeah, I'm just going to burn him for 5 here. Because the Princess, when it hits us, it takes looks at a random card in our hand. And if it hits an action, it gets to turn it into a Vampire Kiss. Hex Entropy with the brand new sub. I really appreciate the support, mate. It's the absolute best way you can show your support for the stream. So I appreciate you taking the time and the money to do that. I know it's not for everyone. So thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Get some sweet emotes. Get some sweet emotes, so thank you for that. Our hand is not set up in a good spot to beat vampires right now, so if he like goes Shard into VK here, we're probably just done for. Although I guess this will be a 4-4 very likely next turn unless we draw 2-drop. I don't think I'm going to have a chance to stream any Magic this week. I leave for the Invitational on Thursday, and there aren't gauntlets, or there aren't leagues today or tomorrow. Oh, that's pretty good. That's why we use this champion. It makes this bigger. Okay, yeah. Woof. And he got another dark. It's choose one at random. It deals 3 damage to opponent or searcher. Is this like a 50-50 random? Because that's like 3 times in a row. This is like 3 times in a row that this has not done 3 damage to us and has gotten another Berkshire out of his deck. There is a world where we can race this princess. There's definitely a world where we can race this princess. I don't know if it's real life, but a world exists where this princess gets raced. Unfortunately, we have to use this Crackling Bolt instead of adding power to the table because if we leave just Crackling Bolt in our hand, the princess gets to take it away. So we're going to activate our power here. It's unfortunate that we drew a 2-drop that turn, because that means our Unmerciful Tormentor is just a 1-1 still. So we're attacking for 6 here at least. He's going to 6. He has Rotcast in his main deck too. Alright, gross. I'm not sure the world exists anymore where we can race a 4 or 5 Vampire Princess because he killed our 4/4. I'm aware how basic statistics work. It's unlikely, not impossible. That's why I asked. If I thought it was different, I would have said, hey, it's different. But no, three coin flips in a row happens. Sometimes you hit to 50%. You know, 12% of the time you hit 50% 3 times in a row. All right, so we're gonna bring in the extra troops. And we're gonna bring in the Empire Witches. And we're gonna bring in the Vine Lashes. We're gonna cut. I guess Scorch actually kills some of his idiots, right? I think we're cutting the burns actually. And we're boarding down on Skarns, I think. Scorch kills his Darkspire guys for free, basically. Maybe, excuse me, it's not worth keeping all of them in. I think this is what I want to do. We are slightly slower with this configuration. We only have 1, 2, we only have 12 1-drops right now. I think this is the right configuration, though. Let's go ahead and save it. Your Scorch might only hit 4 troops max. Yeah, the Burn's not much better, though, to be fair. I don't think Burn... Does Burn hit anything that Scorch doesn't? Sure, but we can burn things. We could Vine Lash things in response to him, This hand's close. I think we're supposed to mulligan this. Yeah, I think we're supposed to mulligan this. Yeah, this hand's much better. Vine Lash is this is literally probably the one and only time in Hex right now where Vine Lash is much worse than Turbulence because he can make his vampires bigger than 4 life. Most of the time, Vine Lash is just like an upgrade from Turbulence because most of the flyings that see play in this game are less than... Don't have Withering Touch on 1. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, so we're going to play this out. And I think we're actually going to play Gash Troll before we play Quash, because when we play this Quash, we want it to power up both Gash Trolls. Play out the second Gash Troll, pass the turn. Shard? I should be more specific when I request things like that. Alright, so we're going to take a Ruby Shard here, and then it's not resource efficient, but we're going to play Quash Ridge Tusker out because it powers up both these trolls. Probably as a rock cast here. Wow, no Rockcast is good for us. Alright, so hopefully his play is just like Vampire Princess next turn and we get to like Crackling Bolt and hit him for infinite. Because we get to activate this too. Come on, play a Princess, please. Please play a Princess. Please play a Princess. I've never wanted an opponent to play a Vampire Princess so much in my life. Come on. Come on. I open Primal Packs. I think Primal Packs are plus EV to open. They sell for like, I think they sell for like 800 or 900 platinum, but you get things like Fentios. Like my last Primal Pack I opened, I got a Fentio and, oh, look at this. Look at this princess. This pretty crackling bolted princess. So we want to draw Wild Growth or Crushing Blow this next turn? Oh, are you kidding me? That's so sad. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, I didn't want him to play a princess that was in his opening hand. That's very sad. Alright, so if princess is in your opening hand, it gains the extra line of text. You can play Vampire Kisses for free, which is unfortunate for us. So we Crackling Bolt this at least. Now we're not in a perfectly amazing spot. If we had Quashi still, we'd be in a great spot. We'd be attacking for 2 more this turn. I guess we're attacking for 11, so I shouldn't complain, but... Rats, he had the Vampire Kiss in his hand too already. That's fine. We've got 2 4/4s. Hopefully we don't get Shard Extinctions next turn. He goes to 3. Rough. Come on, Crackling Bolt off the top. Bolt off the top. Bolt off the top. Alright, Crushing Blow's not bad, because it means hopefully this can attack through whatever he plays next turn. He'd have gone to 1 if Quashi would have lived. Actually, he'd have died if he hadn't had the Vampire Kiss, right? Because that gave him 2 life and it saved him 2 damage. So yeah, he'd have gone to -1 if he didn't have the Vampire Kiss with the princess there. Vampire King. Alright, well, Crushing Blow plus this can trade for the Vampire King, I suppose. Vine Lash is lethal. Flooped Pig is good, too. A Shard is not great. Alright, well, I guess we're trading this and Crushing Blow for this. He goes to 6. So, the game's getting out of reach for us. But at least this transforms into another troop for us, essentially. If he doesn't block here, he dies, so he has to block. If we have a trick, we can kill the vampire, but if we have a trick, he also dies, so he has to block. Oakenhenge Cemetery Ceremony. Keep saying cemetery. Ugh. No! Brick City! Brick City! Welcome to Brick City. Build a house out of all the bricks on top of our deck. I was so excited. I was like, this is really a 1-for-1. Darkspire Punisher. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, we're super dead. He's got a 4/5 princess. GG's, opponent. All right, 2-3. Not a stellar performance. Let's see if we can get a better one this next time around. Play a few more at least. Find a Winter Moon deck. Someone playing Ruby actions. Gauntlets are firing nice and quick this afternoon, which is nice. There's 60 minimum and 15 card reserve maximum. Saying super reasonable. We found a Winter Moon. Sweet, we're on the draw, but we found a Winter Moon. So we get to go ahead and keep this. We got Gas Troll on 1, Kilding Skarn on 2. Not much. Check out this link here, me 89325. You can. It talks. Kind of gives like an overview of the game coming for people coming with a Magic background. Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I try to explain a lot of what's going on. So this explains the resource system. The resource system works. Ooh, Diamond. Maybe he's playing. He might be playing my Winter Moon Brew with the Coyotals. That plays a Diamond Splash. So Gas Troll here again, excellent on 1 because every time we play a Ruby card, this gets 1/1 permanently, and it has Crush, so it gets real big, real fast. Yeah, have any questions about specifics after you read through that? That article is pretty short, so after you read through that, if you have any questions, definitely feel free to ask in chat. And the most important thing to know is the game is free to make an account and get started, so it costs you actual $0 if you don't want it to cost you anything. So you get 200 free cards when you sign up for an account, which are more than adequate to play through the each tutorial and campaign with. And then you can actually get all the way into the decks that I'm playing here just by grinding. Gastral is definitely a card that, like, Gastral is the reason why this deck's worth trying, I think. That was my worst gauntlet I've had with the deck so far, so I think collectively I'm actually 9-9 with the deck now across 3 gauntlets. I've gone 3-3, 4-3, and 2-3. So this card, this Gastral gets bigger every time we play a Ruby card. This card gets bigger every time we play an action. So next turn we're going to probably Crackling Bolt plus Crushing Blow, just to make our Killing Skarn bigger. Soul Marble's really pretty strong. So when this gets to 10 counters, it turns into either a 6/6 Spell Shield Steadfast, or it gives all of his other troops 2/2 Spell Shield Steadfast. It's probably too slow against us. Not for Hex Primal, for signing up for a Hex TCG account. Just for signing up for Hex, you get free cards. So we're going to play this out, and then we're going to go ahead and Crackling Bolt our opponent. And that gives us a charge, so that lets us activate our champion power here. So we're going to create a Blaze Elemental and put that into play. We're going to hit our opponent for a lot of damage this turn. So we're going to play this. And this is 8 power on the table. And then I'm going to Wild Growth my Killing Skarn, which gives it 3/3. And then it gets 1/1 from the Killing Skarn's ability. So we're going to hit him for 10, 12 here. Yeah, we're going to hit him for 12 here. He's going to go to 4. And then unless he can answer both of our troops next turn, we're probably going to kill him with this Crushing Blow and Crackling Bolt. When you cast 2 cards, 2 actions at the same turn, this guy upgrades. Now he's a Burning Skarn, so every action we cast gives this guy 2/2. Opponent is just dead. Against Wintermoon decks, I think we generally just hit submit. Scorch isn't stellar against them, so I guess we'll board those out and like board in some additional troops here, like an extra Mentor and just a random like Ember Spire, which I think is fine. We can check our ratios. That leaves us with 16 actions. So 16 actions is a little bit light for Killing Skarn, but I think that's fine in a matchup where we just want to be a little bit more threat dense. I'm just gonna go ahead and save. I love that they added this ratio breakdown here on the Gauntlet page and when you're side reserving. Hope everyone's doing all right today. We're just hanging out, playing some Ruby Wild aggro today. Waiting on our opponent here. This hand's kind of medium. This is keepable. I feel like this is probably keepable. I'm going to keep this. He probably has the 2-cost fight dinos in his board, so like Burn's pretty good against those. We have double rubies, so we can activate our champion power. We only have 1 troop, but we can vomit our hand out pretty quickly here and make this a 4/4. He's likely playing Time Ripples in his deck, so like him rippling this is not going to be the worst for us. Just cycle a peak, sure. So ideally we want to draw another 1-cost troop here. Well, that Burn's fine. So probably just like firing Burns off at his dome next turn, just to like start emptying our hand. And during his end step we'll do that. I think I want to keep at least 1 burn in case he plays a troop we need to fight through. Like the diamond likely means he's got some extra going on. Wouldn't be surprised to see like Brown Fox Scouts or something like that out of him. Okay, that seems like a great target for burn. Burn that one. I'm going to burn his dome too here. I'm going to keep one, especially after seeing that. I am going to Crackling Bolt him aggressively, I think, though. Depending on what we draw here. Yeah, drew another Crackling Bolt. Yeah, so definitely just, like, playing this out at his dome. They're automatically put into your collection when you sign up. So we're putting him to 11 here, and then we actually have 5 points of reach in our hand, so he's going to, like, a virtual 6, basically. See Pikachu running on screen there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Follows and subs are the absolute 2 best ways you can show your support for the stream. So if you're enjoying the constructed content I play here, I'd appreciate you using one or both buttons below. I see why he kept his 6. It's very good. Thankfully, we kept a burn for this situation exactly. So I'm assuming he's going to activate his champion ability and put the one we already killed and the other one back into his deck. I'm going to burn this one in response so we can keep attacking here. If we draw anything other than a shard this turn, we can go ahead and turn this into a 4/4. So anything but a shard's a good draw. Is he just dead? Yeah, he's just dead. All right, so we're going to Crackling Bolt him, and then we're going to Floop the pig, and pew 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 pew. Boom goes the pig. Makes this guy a 4/4 because we've emptied our hands. Ship for 8, which is exactly lethal. GG's opponent. Pig has been flooped. Ready each troop you control. Haven't seen this one. One eye open, huh? I did just run a commercial, so I'm going to wait a minute for the people that are viewing the commercial to join us back up, because I appreciate people that watch the stream without ad block. In addition to subs, the commercial stream is also supported by ads. Well, at least they were playing first. Huh. This... I don't know what our opponent's deck is doing. I feel like this is supposed to be a draw again, regardless of what our opponent's doing. Like, the pig gets flooped back into our deck at the end steps, so like these Crushing Blows just might not do anything this game if we don't draw another troop. This hand needs to draw actions and troops, so yeah, I'm gonna draw again. This hand is less good, so we definitely went up troops in this deck for a reason. Yeah, I think our better chance is to go to 5 here. I'm saying it's not great, but it's fine. He's a ramp deck. Okay. So if this hand draws a wild shard at some point soon, we could be in business. Alright, next best thing to drawing a wild shard there was drawing a castable. So, you know, we got that going for us. Interesting. So now we really want to draw any non-dual shards. We can Crackling Bolt this and start attacking. Unfortunately, we are getting brickwalled by a 2/2, so we're just going to have to skip. Just need to get the hand empty here. If we draw a shard, I'm probably going to offer the Quash for Howling Braid Drave. So we'll Crackling Bolt this and then offer these for each other. Alright, just keep playing Quashes out. Again, I don't think we can attack this turn because he just gets to eat Quash and then take 3. He does get to play something scary this turn. He can play up to a 5-drop. Oh, that's what he's doing. Alright, so this card is an 8/8 that normally you have to pay 8 life to ready it, but his champion power lets him ready a troop. I got it. I see what the opponent is cooking with now. That's hot. Crushing Blow. Am I supposed to just get in here? I think we're supposed to get in here next turn. That's a hot combo. So he gets to attack for 8 and he gets to ready this right away. That's alright. Croc, we're done. Dead, dunzo. Alright, so Scorch seems good against his deck that's got the 1/1 that makes... He's got the 1/1 that Howling Brave that makes a resource. I think we're actually going to trim some troops in this matchup. We're up a troop on average from where I was at previously, so I think boarding down troops is probably fine. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna trim these oaken hinges and bring in more Scorches. I think that's where we want to be on the play. On the draw, I might trim a shard. The Dingler is very amusing. I'm going to keep this. We've got a Crushing Blow to be able to attack through his early guys. If we draw a shard, we might be in trouble. But if we don't hit a shard, we're going to have 4/4s on turn 4 after attacking with them as 1/1s for a little bit. So that's not awful. So just go ahead and play this and get in here. So hopefully we just draw non-shards here. Every shard we draw, Gash Troll is phenomenal because we get to go Troll into Tormentor, and then our Troll will be a 2/2. And normally you should play your things post-combat, but opponent doesn't have any resources up, so it's really pretty irrelevant the order in which we sequence these things. Did he brick? It looked like he bricked, right? He played that and then didn't. So he's got the ceremonies to find his 8/8, I assume, to make his combo essentially work better. So next turn, I'm not sure if I want to play the Crushing Blow or if I want to save it. I guess it'll depend on what we draw here. Another shard is not great because the shard means that, again, it's going to take us one more turn to get these into 4/4s. The upside to playing Crushing Blow this turn is that it it gives us more damage over a few turns with the Gas Troll. I'm not going to play it out, though, because if he plays his 2/2 next turn, we need to be able to Crushing Blow past it. If we hadn't drawn a Shard, I think I'd play the Crushing Blow out, because then these would likely be 4/4s next turn. But these guaranteed aren't going to be 4/4s next turn, so I think we need to save this in case he plays something that we need to attack through here. Like a Buck. So, hopefully we draw like a Crackling Bolt or a Burn here. Oh, another Shard is the worst. Means 2 more turns until these Unmerciful Tormentors are 4/4s. So if these guys have been 4/4s this turn, he's just not doing anything. Starting him for 6 down to 14. He then just like plays. Yeah, I'm just gonna Crushing Blow. That's fine. Probably just conceding to a Croc here. So, if we hadn't drawn Shards in these 2 cards, this Kronk would trade with the 2 guys that it's eating. But we drew Shards. We drew Shards, so we don't get to do that. Wow, he ate the 2 4/4s. Okay. All right. Well, another Shard and we're dead. Sometimes you just flat out in your aggro deck. And it might have been, like, the mistake there that game. Like, you always want to focus on the things that you can control. Like, there's always going to be things in CCGs that you can't control and you can't do differently. But, like, the one decision we had that game that was critical was our opening hand to keep. And, like, perhaps on the play, a 4-shard hand with 2 1-drops isn't to keep. I don't know. I'm inclined to say that it is reasonable to keep any hand with 2 1-drops on the play. But I'd be open for discussion on that. Where have I been? I travel on the weekends to play in large CCG events. So there was an Open this past weekend, and there's an Invitational this weekend. So not going to be a lot of streams these first 2 weeks. Magic Online also hasn't been... it's been essentially useless, which is always a good time. So probably not streaming any Magic this week because leagues are down yesterday and today. And then I leave on Thursday for the Invitational. We'll be back on Monday, hopefully, with 3 to 4 streams a week, and I'm home. I think I'm home next weekend, actually. So this coming weekend I'm gone, but next weekend I'm looking at my calendar. Yeah, I'm home the weekend after this, and there's VIP tournaments that weekend actually. So probably going to be streaming those. I will be writing about the deck that I played in... Where was I? They all blur. In Baltimore this past weekend on MTG Card Market later this week. Should go up on Wednesday or Thursday, I believe. Wait, tomorrow's Wednesday. It should go up on Thursday. I'm submitting it tonight. Man, it's Tuesday? No, is today Monday or Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, it's just... Baltimore is 15 hours from where I live, so when I fly on weekends, I lose Monday to travel because I got to fly home and then drive, and then I've been teaching a Monday class this quarter, so all the days, they really blur together, and there's just never enough time to do anything. See Pikachu running on screen there. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. We got so spoiled. The gauntlets were firing so quickly. Our last opponent's deck was really sweet. We've actually hit a lot of the gauntlets. Actually, just been like mono brews today, right? Like the closest thing to a thing we played was the first match, and that was like blood sapphire even. Thanks, DD Helix. I really appreciate the support. Yeah, this is the last event in Season 1. So the Columbus Invitational is the last event in Season 1 for the FCG Tour and the first event in Season 2. So even if I don't win a single match in the Invitational, which hopefully that's not the case, if I just dodge 2nd through 5th, top 8ing the Invitational, I will maintain my first spot for the season. So had a nice strong start to the season. So hopefully I can put up like a good solid top 32, top 16 finish, or even a top 8 and lock it up. But pretty confident that my top 3 spot is locked. But we get a little bit of added EV if I finish in exactly first. So I'd like to maintain the first spot throughout this entire season. That would be ideal. So, the Mentor of the Oakenhenge has felt medium so far. It might be that what he's doing is basically helping us lose more slowly, and perhaps it should just be more another aggressive troop in the deck. If we cut 2 drops, we can probably just go back. I added a 21st Shard to the deck, so we have been flooding a little bit. So 21st Shard definitely contributes to that. So if this gauntlet ends poorly like the other one did, we went 2-3 in the last one. We had a lot of close games, but we did finish 2-3 ultimately. If we do poorly in this one again, I might cut the mentors, maybe just like leave 1 or 2 in the reserves for against the matchups like Blood, where we need to have a little bit of higher threat density, and then like go back up Kilding Skarns in the main and cut a Shard and play another like 2 more 1-drops as opposed to adding a 2-drop to our aggressive deck. Because definitely our triple 1-drop starts are definitely some of our strongest. Want a coin flip? Want a coin flip? Oh. Oh. So Zorzim is usually the Blood Sapphire Spiders deck. Actually, I'm kind of happy we lost the coin flip with this hand. I'm going to keep this hand on the draw. Double Quash Ridge Tusker is just very, very powerful. And we definitely need, like... Is this someone we played against earlier? This is the one we played against earlier. No, wait, that was Old Text, sorry. My deck was fine. Get out of here, Bamonte. Rude. Rude. Go sort some magic cards or something. So this hand definitely needs to draw some shards at some point, but double quash is pretty powerful even if we don't. So is playing Blood Sapphire Spiders. Wild Shard would be ideal. Crushing Blows, pump spells we can cast are not bad with Quashi. Pump actions. I love the sound effects. No Exarch of the Egg, one time. Okay. Shard. Now we want to draw a shard so we can play Quashi and burn him. I'm going to play Quash out, and I'm just going to pass for the turn. I guess one downside to doing what I just did here is that it means it gives him a chance to have counter magic up. If he doesn't play another Exarch of the Egg, we might be okay-ish. Like, we get to burn plus Scorch his Exarch of the Egg that he has in play here. Alright, another shard's not the worst. So let's go ahead and burn this guy plus Scorch it. We can't just attack through it with Crushing Blow because this guy has lethal. Now the question is, do I want to play out the Unmerciful Tormentor into a possible extinction here? I think I do. We have another Unmerciful Tormentor and a Flute Pig in hand, and if he doesn't like have extinction exactly this turn, he's gonna die very quickly to these Squash. Oh, I can't watch. Don't do it. Have a heart. No. No! Why do they always have it on 4? No! And maybe I'm not supposed to play out the Tormentor there because he's likely going to cast that regardless, just into the 2 Quashes. Yeah, I guess that was loose. Like, we could have just, like, played 2 Tormentors this turn, and then next turn we could, like, floop the pig and attack. The fact that we missed our shard drop for that one turn and had to play Quash and take a turn off of attacking cost us another 2 points of damage as well. Regardless of what we draw next turn, we're going to have a 4-4, so we've got that going for us. Hopefully we just draw the 8-8 pig again. That would be sick. Alright, well, we'll play this out, and we'll make a 3-1, and we will attack for... what looks like 4, but is actually 7, 8, 9. No blocks, huh? All right, well, we're definitely just playing this out. Putting him to 4. So if I would have waited a turn on the other Tormentor, we'd be in a much better... He would have died this turn, right? If I would have waited a turn on the other Tormentor and not played it out into the extension. So yeah, I definitely think that was wrong. Like, pacing your, like, people often say you'll hear people say, like, the aggressive decks, you just can't beat the sweeper, but the important thing you need to recognize is that, like, you need to pace yourselves and read, like, when you need to extend into and make them have it, and when you should just, be a little bit more conservative. And I think this was definitely a time where, like, we didn't have him at a low enough life total that was worthwhile, like, risking everything there, essentially. Alrighty, well... Crackling Bolt's your face. Put you under the abyss. He could have counter magic here. If he has counter magic, I think you cast it on this. His kill? He wasn't dead because you couldn't play... Yeah, but we could have played double Tormentor, and then we could have played Pig the following turn with the shard that we drew, and it still would have ultimately ended up being the exact same amount of damage plus a Tormentor in play. So I'm pretty sure it was worthwhile to do what I said. So he has a removal spell for this. Or he has another Azure Fate Sorceress he wants to try and mill us out with. So our opponent's playing the Ven Azure Fate deck, which is the first, or Terror Fate, I think they call it sometimes. It's just Blood Sapphire Spiders, but with Azure Fate Sorceress, if he mills into a Tarantula, the Tarantula's, yeah, he's just trying to combo kill us. And he missed again. Sweet. So Burn and Crackling Bolts, Crushing Blow kills him, Flooped Pig kills him, any pig kills him. God bless America. Well, we had a bunch of draws that killed him. Instead, we drew his Tarantula Egg, which mills us out. So we're dead. All right, so we want Scorch is not good in this matchup. We want Mentor, and we want Ember Spires. And we might want Vine Lashes. They usually bring in Vampire Princesses out of the reserves. Yeah, he probably would have used the extinction. I agree. And like if he doesn't use the extinction there, like he leaves one Quash on the table, we just like play the Flute Pig with Quash the following turn and like crack him for 8, and that's still better for us than like getting our board extinction. So I think it was definitely right to not play the Tormentor into the sweeper there. That was likely going to happen. Like they have 3 to 4 of them. So Burn, I guess Burn does more in this matchup because it kills the Azure Fate, right? But I guess killing Azure Fate isn't very good in this matchup. I think I'm gonna board like this. Are you about ready for your nap, toddler? It's after 1 o'clock. Get to be on the play for this one. And we have to try and win game 3 on the draw. Yeah, his hand's super reasonable. Quash on 1, another troop, some Crackling Bolts. Quash on 1 with Crackling Bolt to clean up an Exarch of the Egg. Exarch of the Egg is so good against these Ruby aggressive decks. I mean, there's never a point where we can kill Azure Fate to stop him from milling us out, though, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I think I just want to get Tormentor on the board here as opposed to playing the pig out right away. Yeah, I don't think there's an option to... I think you can respond to the Tarantula's targeting thing, so if we have troops in play, you can. Alright, if we want to draw a non-dual shard this turn, so we can wild growth this in addition to Crackling Bolt. Alright, non-dual shard, perfect. So we Crackling Bolt this idiot. We don't have double Ruby Threshold, so we can't activate our champion power, unfortunately. So we're going to go ahead and attack with these 2. Quash target, Unmerciful Tormentor, and then in response to this trigger, we wild growth him, so we get 6 off this wild growth. He goes to 10 here, which is not bad for us. We still have both of our guys. He can't cast Extinction next turn. Drawing Ruby Shard would be great next turn, because it lets us play both of these out and activate our champion ability. Drawing just a wild shard is fine because it lets us play both of these out, which makes us a 4/4. He played Silk and then didn't trigger, so he just has Vampire Kiss. That's fine. So he's dead to a shard, right? A non-dual shard kills him, I think. Alright, well, we didn't find the non-dual shard. I think... So if we play the pig out... If we play the pig, we hit him for 10. Yeah, that seems good. And then he's dead. He's dead to the Crackling Bolt, so he has to have another way to gain life. So Extinction doesn't do it here. Removal spell doesn't do it. Ugh. Has another kiss. He's dead to Ruby Shard. He's dead to... We boarded out the burns, I believe. We left 2 burns in. Alright, he's dead to Ruby Shard because it lets us activate our champion ability and Crackling Bolt him. Well, concedes because he's dead. So he saw 2 kisses and still died, so that's pretty good for us. His hand was very reasonable. I think we're just hitting submit. It depends on what you'll get enjoyment out of, Blue Tech. I mean, drafting is probably a good way to build your collection and get, you know, you're actually playing the game too. Like, drafts are pretty cheap. If you buy Platinum and then buy booster packs in the auction house, you can draft for like less than $6 usually. VIP is $8 a month, and it gives you a booster pack every week, and it gives you entry into the special VIP events. So we are on the draw for this game. Kindling Scarn, Ember's Fire Witch, 2. Yeah, this seems reasonable. I'm gonna keep this. Opponent kept 7 on the play. It's kind of scary. Ember Spire Witch is good in these matchups too, just because it swift strikes things down. So I've definitely been liking this card. I might even go up to 4 of these in the reserves. Gas Troll is always the best turn 1 play, because then all of our Ruby actions power him up. Exarch, yep. So Exarch gets to brick wall or things. I don't know how I want to sequence here. So we could like trade Gas Troll for this guy and some damage. But while this guy is in play, maybe he's slightly less likely to extinction us. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass the turn for now, I think. Next turn, we can Wild Growth plus Crushing Blow and flip this, which is nice. Okay, second Sapphire means possible counter magic. Another Ember Spire Witch. So I definitely don't want to run this out now, because that means he'll just be able to counter magic and make the other one more expensive. The constructed in this game is pay to compete. That's different than pay to win. In fact, most TCGs in general are pay to compete, and you can actually grind to compete. So it's not even pay to compete. Like you pay in time or money. Yeah, you pick one. Like I think I want to ship with both of our idiots here. So he could have a removal here. I'm gonna Wild Growth my Kindling Scarn, so they'll trade. Counter magic. And then I'm going to Crushing Blow my Gas Troll here, and then these two will still trade. So we've got a 3/3 troll here. He's got a bunch of cards. We're not exposed to extinction this turn. He's got a vampire that's not even that bad for us. That's annoying, but not the end of the world. We can keep building it up. Building our troll up here. Put Ember Spire Witch out. I think I'm going to shipping with Gas Troll is just free here because it's a 1/4 versus this 3/1. And like this goes back to his hand when it dies, but it costs him 2 more to put back into play. The fact that he didn't block there makes me think he doesn't have Extinction in hand right now, so we're actually in an okay spot. There's a lot of streamers that do giveaways. I don't do giveaways. I don't have a ton of hex stuff myself. I am still fairly new to the game. I've only been playing for about 2 months. I think I want to play just like Floop the Pig and activate my thing. It seems reasonable. Yeah, let's do that. We'll activate Paka's ability and get a 3-1 here. We'll play Wild Boar. That's another counter magic, huh? I'm kind of surprised he has all those counter magics in his deck still. Ember Spire, which has Swift Strike, which just makes it so good in these matchups. So we can't even trade here. So if he has another shard in his hand, he might just like throw this away on something here. Yeah, he's just trading there. So I could Crushing Blow this. Yeah, I think I am. So Crushing Blow gives the Gastral 1/1, and it lets this crush over this guy for 4 points of damage. So this is worth a bunch of damage here. He goes to 8. Even if he has an Extinction here, we have an Ember Spire which to follow it up, but I guess he has the Spider then too. He just replay his Spider. Yep, so it's probably giving the Gastral minus power again. He's minus powering the Ember Spire, which that's interesting. Maybe he has a removal spell for this Gastral. Do I want to play? Yeah, I'm going to play this out. I don't think he has Extinction right now the way he's played this game, so if he wants to just like soak... I'm surprised he did this because this one has Crush, so he could have a removal card in his hand, but... And no blocking, again, tells me that he probably... Like, if he had Extinction, he would throw this away, I think, just for the one point of life. I think I want a 4th one of these in my reserves. It's so good. It feels nice to just, like, have that. He's not going to just gain a bunch of life and get us. And again, shipping this in because he can't just trade here. This is Swift Strike. And he might cash this in to gain 2. And just like go to 2 here. I didn't play this out. That block makes no... He has a removal spell for this? Okay, that block doesn't make any sense because this has Crush. Sweet, we beat the Terrafate deck. I don't think that matchup's that bad for us with the sideboard, the reserves plan that we have. So, sweet, that's good to know. They have Ember Spire, which is definitely did work. Just we don't know if he had like Vampire Kisses that he couldn't gain life from in hand, but he definitely like the Swift Strike alone on that card is just fantastic. How's it going, Ossuary Hex? What's going on, mate? So we're 2-1 in this gauntlet now, so we're 9-11 and 10 overall with this deck over 4 gauntlets now, I think. Double ruby's kind of rough. We only have 13 rubies in the shard base altogether. We've got 10 ruby shards and then 3 dual shards. I considered Arsonist, but it's definitely difficult to cast. Want a coin flip? Oh, we played against this guy earlier. This person, because we don't necessarily know it's a guy. Yep, draw again, no troops. Draw again, no troops. Okay, I'd say I need some shards, but it's okay. I think we played them in the previous gauntlet. This is a different gauntlet for us. And we actually have burn to kill his early ramp troop. So like if we draw like wild shard in here into some troops, we could be in business. Did not hit it just yet. Thankfully Quash gets a little bit bigger every turn, so if he just has like a little bit of a clunky start that he kept because we mulliganed and Quash gets out of control, this could be very good for us. That's how my wife's brother is with her. My wife's brother is like 14, I think. He's much younger than her. Shards. Man, if we just had like, if we had one more one-cost Ruby troop, like if we had another Quash or a Tormentor or a Skarn, like this hand would be so good. Stone Skin. Interrupt target action targeting your troop. This deck's interesting. Come on, wild shard. One time dealer. Wild shard. Hey, look at that. I guess now the question becomes, do I want to floop the pig now, or do I want to wait till when we can pump Quash? If we floop the pig now, we hit him for 10. Yeah, I think I like hitting him for 10 here. We're probably going to draw another troop at some point, right? Right? Please? Please? So if we had more shards in hand, I'd wait on this, because next turn we could play this, plus if we had another shard wild growth Quash and then like get 6 damage out of this wild growth, but there's no guarantees on that. And do it now while he's tapped. That's a really good call. I like that. Good call. Pucky, sure. Howling Brave, that's a 2/2, sure. He might be pretty close to dead here, actually. I'm going to ship with this Quash Ridge Tusker and see how he blocks here first before we decide what to do with our resources. He might not block with anything. Alright, sweet. So we get to Crushing Blow this. So this is hitting him for 6. I could just Wild Growth, or sitting for 4. I could just Wild Growth this. Nah, I think we're just going to deal 4 to him here and then burn Puck. I'm not going to play out this other Quash Ridge Tusker because that opens us up to Double Fight Dino, the Kronkosaur. So the Kronkosaur has to fight exactly 2 troops. It can't fight 1 and 1. So he can't croc us right now. Or you can just play it as a 5/6. Sweet. Played around that like a pro. And then he's almost dead, right? This is 5/10 technically. Is he dead to this? Sweet. He has to block the boar here. Because the boar is going to get 5 power from Quash. This is game 1. Usually they don't have ducks in their main. So this is off of stumbling on our first shard. Now he's going to 3 here. And we've got Wild Growth Crushing Blow next turn, so this deck operates on slim margins pretty well. No worries, Ian. But yeah, that's definitely right. I probably would have left up Wild Growth there. Alright, he's got an 8/8. Can we attack him for lethal through an 8/8? Is that something we can do here? So this is 8, this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we get him for exactly 11, right? And like kill him through this 8/8. Because Crushing Blow gives crush. Alright, so this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's got, yep, alright, well, ship it. God bless the rage mechanic. We have exact C's through his 8/8. So we Wild Growth, make our guy 9. The crushing blow, make our guy 11 with crush, so we get in there. Get him, get got. You are no match for the mighty Tusker. He punched the clock and went to work. All right, so this matchup, I think we want Mentor out and we want Scorches in because he's got Howling Braves in his deck. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to board down a shard on the draw. Like, we get to see more cards towards shards. And, like, I know we got shard screwed that game, but, like, you shouldn't let your decision on when you're boarding out a shard be affected by the variance you just experienced in a game. I think I want the Scorch. I might even want a Heat Wave on the draw, but that might be a little bit greedy. So many troops do we have? We got the 20 troops right now. 20 troops is probably the bottom. Maybe we could trade out Oakenhenge for a Heat Wave. Yeah, I think I'm just going to submit like this. Although Master, like, exposes us to Kronk. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think this is more like a kill him with one troop type matchup a lot of the time. Let's see how this feels. This could be incorrect. Like, I'm sure we're going to draw the Heat Wave and wish it was a 2-1. At 120 people hanging out this afternoon. Welcome. If it's your first time by the stream, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I'm a professional CCG player. We play a lot of different stuff on this channel here. Magic and Hex. We play constructed formats in both. Man, I think I'm going to keep... I wish this Heat Wave looks like it would probably be better as something else, but I think I'm going to keep this in the draw. Might be a little greedy. We're going to go Wild Shard on 1 with this and then play Gas Troll on 2, which could be a little slow. I don't know, we'll see. Opponent mulliganed. And I boarded a shard out, so like maybe this is super greedy because I also boarded a shard out. Maybe I'm supposed to be more conservative and just like mulligan. We have 19 shards in the deck. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, well that was his draw for the turn because if he would have had that on turn 1, he would have played it. Sometimes it's unnecessary risk. So he gets 2 Howling Braves, a Puck, and an Abhorrent. Oh, he only gets to put 1 of them in his hand, right? Okay, yeah, he only gets 1 of those. So they all get 1/1. Ruby Shard this, even a dual shard this turn would be great, so we can get Quash online. Alright. Wild Shard. We have to go ahead and flip the pig at least. So feel a little bit bad about having spent a dual shard on Wild on turn 1, but there are more Ruby than Wild Shards in our deck, so it's definitely right to have done what I did. We're probably not streaming any Magic this week. There aren't any leagues today or yesterday. There aren't any leagues until after downtime, and then Shadows over Innistrad doesn't release until the end of the week on Magic Online, so probably just not playing it. Oh, geez. Come on. I've never wanted to draw a Ruby Shard so badly in my life. I've never wanted to draw a Ruby Shard so badly in my life. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. So the Heat Wave. Heat Wave's looking pretty not bad here right now, huh? Scorch. Scorch. Heat Wave. Oh, baby, a triple. Now the real question is... do I Wild Growth or do I Quash Ridge Tusker here? The downside to Quash Ridge Tusker is that if he goes non-dual shard next turn, he could non-dual shard and eat our board with the dinosaur. So I think it's correct to wait on the Quash.
I guess if he repels us, we'll play the quash because then we only have one troop. He showed us repel game 1. If we get repelled, that's whatever. Okay, yeah. So we got repelled, so we'll play quashy out. But if our troop just connected there, I wouldn't have played quash out. There's an 8-8. Oh, jeez. We can kill it, can't we? Attack. Come on, block. Block. Call. Call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's time to get wacky and wild here. Time to get wacky and wild here. Oh, baby. Oh. Take your point. All right, your turn. I can't believe he blocked with a Balthazar in hand. That's unreal. Why would you block if you had a Balthazar in your hand? I think I'm going to offer this trade here. I think I'm going to offer this here. Do I want to offer this trade? Do I want to offer this trade? Maybe I'm just supposed to play these out. One damage, no, I'll block. Maybe he just thought God, whatever, I'm gonna take it. I think we're just going like guy here and passing. If he has a croc, he has a croc. We have to play game 3 on the play. Tusker is hungry. He's coming for you. Burn. Another Tusker. And we're playing this out pre-combat because it makes Tormentor a 4-4. We're going to go ahead and ship with the idiots. Quash gets to power up Skarn. The little Tusker's going to trade with Balthazar here, but we're still going to get in for 7. He has a repel. Okay, that's fair. So he's going to trade these 2 and then take 3. Has to trade here, right? Not close. Bye! Where are you going? Really? That's a interesting block. Leaving me with a quash high. Maybe he just knows there's a croc on top of his deck? Crushing blow. Crushing blow. Crushing blow. Leftmost effect will be added first. So yeah, I want this to go here. And this to go here. So that makes him a 4, which makes him a 5. Maybe he just wants to see us win. Maybe. Sweet. And he blocked the one with more power, but that one has less permanent power. So this one is a 3-1 because it's raged 3 times. So that's a good... I don't know if I would have made that block either. His deck is definitely more live than us. Opponent concedes. All right. Sweet. So we're 3-1 in this gauntlet now. All right. Cool. Coolio. Yeah, so the reason why I did what I just did is because I wanted the quash with the lower rage to end up with more power. If I do it the other way, what you're suggesting is more total power on that attack, but it ends up with my higher rage Quash having more power, which encourages him to block the Quash that has more rage. And I'd much rather be up 1 rage overall. I think it's more damage in the long run. It depends on what you're looking for. So I wanted him to block the one he blocked. If I order it and what you're saying is always the right order, that means my Quash with more rage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm saying. Yeah. I'm explaining what I did as well. The other way would have ended up with more total power on that attack, but it leaves us with a lower permanent power Quash. So that's why I did what I did. I'm going to go ahead and run a quick commercial and change a diaper and make a bottle really quick because it's about time for my oldest to go down for a nap. So I'll be right back. Fix this? Dad's gonna go make you some more, okay? Thanks for hanging out, folks. I'm back. Looks like there's some good discussion here. Savos can be kind of a tough matchup because they have access. His champion power generates Scorches, which can be kind of rough for us. Well, he mulliganed because we are an aggressive champion. Go ahead and play the old gas troll out here. This hand is a little bit weak to getting burned on turn 1, but we can get this guy reasonably sized pretty quickly. I guess we're a little weak to Crackling Bolt too. And he has a burn on 1. Rough. So now we need to draw some more troops. It's unfortunate. If I would have known we were drawing a Wild Growth, I would have waited to play Gas Troll on 2. So that way we could have saved. I guess I could have waited to play Gas Troll on 2 anyways, then we could have saved it from a burn by scorching him right off the bat and then burning him in response to a burn. But it was going to die to Crackling Bolt regardless, so I think it was correct to wait. I'm not 100% though. Wild Growth will protect our next troop from a Scorch if he has one. Alright, Quash Ridge Tusker. So this protects it from Scorch and Crackling Bolt. I'm going to go ahead and wait till the end step to burn because I don't want to get scorched. Burn this guy, get him out of the way of Quashi. Alright, Pig. So, unless he has Crackling Bolt, unless he has, like, Charge Bolt, I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, I'm just going to attack with Quash Ridge Tusker here and leave up Wild Growth again for one more turn. This might be incorrect, but the more power we get Quash Ridge Tusker to, the bigger it'll be when it transfers power over to the board too, so we've got to think about that as well. And if he has like a Crackling Bolt here, he could get a Scorch anyways. I guess if he has Crackling Bolt, he's just Crackling Bolting us. Yeah, these both target us, right? Yeah, so he's Crackling Bolting us twice, which gives him enough charges to activate this, so then he's going to Scorch Quash and we'll Wild Growth Quash in response here, which saves it from the Scorch. And I was going to say, if he has another Crackling Bolt, he does get it, which he happens to have, which is unfortunate for us. Play this. I'm just going to go ahead and get in with our Pig here. Well, he doesn't have blockers. We've got 7 points of reach in our hand, but he's only going to 18 here, so he's at a virtual 11, which is a lot. He only has 2 cards in his hand, though, so we've got that going for us. If he draws a Phoenix at some point here, he's got 5 actions in his graveyard already, so Phoenix is actually going to be a little bit tough to deal with. If he goes like Burn Phoenix here, we're actually a little bit of trouble. Double Rage Fire, okay, down to 6, so now we're dead to a Rage Fire if he draws it. I'm going to go ahead and Crackling Bolt his Dome here, because we're going to die to a Phoenix and either way. And I guess he only has 4 actions in here for now. Yeah, I guess I'll hold on to this. Like, if we draw a Kilnskarn or a Gas Troll, we want to have the Crackling Bolts to follow it up with. This is unfortunate. We can't activate our champion ability because we don't have double Ruby. So we're not in a great spot here. The fact that he had the second Crackling Bolt to follow up the Scorch after his first was very bad for us. If he has Phoenix here now, we're just dead because these are basic actions, so we can't, yeah. So he's going to hit us for 4 this turn, so unless we draw a burn next turn to kill this after he brings it back from his discard pile, we're not going to be able to kill him. We're not going to be able to live through this, I mean. Yeah, our cards just didn't sequence very well this game. Did not line up well against what our opponent was doing. That being said, I am excited to try this matchup because it is a matchup where having access to Mentor of the Oak and Henge is reasonable. I don't think Scorch is that great in this matchup. I'm going to bring in 1 Vine Lash. Killing Phoenix at instant speed is pretty valuable, I think. So I think this is the configuration I want. Ember Spire Witch might be worthwhile as just having another troop, but I think it's not quite good enough. I think it's like just too poor to be doing. I'm gonna keep this. This hand needs a wild shard, but it's pretty reasonable if it does get one. Like if we just draw a bunch of ruby cards, we're happy. So I think this card's gonna be very good in this matchup just because it's a 2-for-1. So it's a threat that after they kill it, we get another threat. Oh, yeah, Heroic Outlaw probably should have come in this matchup. It's been... I was boarding quickly, and that was sloppy. You're definitely right, Nightly Ninja. Heroic Outlaw should have come in this matchup. There's 2 of those in the reserve specifically for the other Ruby aggressive decks. Completely correct. Come on, scorch my Kilding Skarn. Come on, be greedy. Rats. And a Phoenix to follow it up? Of course, why not? Please just one Phoenix. Please just one Phoenix. My keep this game was medium, but his draw was very powerful. And we're just not going to beat this card with him at 21 and not having access to wilds. I'm just going to go ahead and move on to the next one for ourselves. You want to come in? I will open the gate, but you have to behave. You got the biggest smile on your face because you got to come through. So we're 3-2 in this gauntlet now. man, we're on the play against Blood, and we have a keepable 7. What is this world? We don't usually live here. It's not even just a keepable 7. This 7's really good. This 7's sweet. Howdy, voices. He's playing Blood Sapphire again. I wonder if this is the same one we played against earlier. He's probably super dead. So Gastrol into Quash is one of the few times where you'll see me play. You'll see me play Quash out on turn 2. We kind of just want to draw some shards with this hand now. That would actually be an interesting math problem. How like what's the sequencing between when gas is optimal on 1 versus Quash in a world where they're not getting blocked or killed? I wonder how that works out. Exarch of the Egg here is annoying. Just nothing, so he's probably dead. Can't even cast Rockcast here. Alright, so we drew this, so we get to go ahead and do that. I think we're just going to floop the pig here. Just we want to use our resources efficiently so we can get our hands empty for these unmerciful tormentors. Next turn, we draw a Scorch or a Shard, and we just like hit them for almost lethal. I haven't gotten a chance to go back yet and watch the coverage from the weekend, including my match, so I'm excited to go and do that. I always like rewatching, especially, you know, week 1 standard, get a feel for what everyone else is doing and what's going on. I think it was round 7 that I was on. Might have been 7. It might have been 6. You're right. I forget. They all kind of blur together. Well, we can't empty our hand for Unmerciful Tormentor, but I think we just want to, like, go Ruby card, make Gastrol as big as possible. We're not giving away any information. He's already seen all of these cards. Want to concede because they're super dead. I think we just automatically cut the Scorches and the Burns and bring in Emberspire Witches and Mentor. I'm going to bring in 1 Vine Lash because usually blood means some type of vampires. Maybe we'll leave 1 burn in for now. Yeah, I think maybe I'm supposed to just bring in 2 Vines in the Dark. Yeah, I'm just going to bring in 2 Vines in the Dark. He's probably bringing in at least Vampire Princesses, probably as Kings too. I played... we're down a lot of actions on Skarn, but Skarn's probably worth it just as another body. I played green-black colorless mid-range this past weekend featuring the Gitrog monster at the top of the curve. Main deck languishes, lots of removal, Thought Not Seer, Matter Reshaper. Was medium. I'm writing about it this week and possible changes for it on MTG Card Market. Article should go up on Thursday, I believe. Or maybe Friday. I might ask that it goes up Friday once the Invitational starts. Rats. Should have known we wouldn't be lucky enough to keep 7-2 games in a row. That's fine. Opponent will look into 5. Yeah, deal. We will definitely draw again. Yeah, I think we're better off on 5. And by that, I mean 4. Alright. Shards and Quash. Deal. His deck's definitely better on 5 cards than we are on 4 or 5 cards, so... Troops. Yeah, that's excellent. This was easily our best draw. Not only is it another troop for Quash to move power onto, but it's a troop that's card advantage because it replaces itself generally when it dies.
So this is our one source of card advantage in this deck. Generally, we generate card advantage by killing our opponent before they do anything. Exarch of the Egg? Yeah, that's pretty good. What you doing? So now we kind of need to draw a Crackling Bolt. Well, that was the definition of what we wanted to draw. So I think we're still gonna wait till next turn to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it next turn. Because if he has a Vampire Princess, I'd much rather bolt a Princess, I think, than the Exarch of the Egg. And he might, like, he mulliganed to 5 as well. He might, like, miss a shard drop or play a shard and not do anything next turn. The only thing that punishes holding this, really, I guess, is, like, Counter Magic or Inquisition. Well, he has a Princess. Hopefully we draw Vine Lash this turn. That would be hot. I think we do have to Crackling Bolt this one, though, unless we draw Vine Lash. Alright, Chart of Instinct. Yeah, I think we're obligated to Crackling Bolt the Princess. The question is, do I activate our champion ability and attack here, or do we just pass? I think I'm just going to pass. Like, we could draw a Crackling Bolt or a Crushing Blow. I don't just want to give him Quash for free, basically. Like, he's at far too high of a life total to be trading this for 6 points of damage. Like, if we activate our ability and attack here, we're trading Quash Ridge Tusker for 6 points of damage. That's just not worthwhile. If he has another Vampire here, we're essentially dead. I mean, we did mulligan to 4, Infamous. Like, you know, a little bit of bad luck. You'd have a little bit of good luck to balance it out. Right? Alright. We'll concede to Reese. I think I do still just only want 2 Vine Lashes here. Maybe I don't want all the Ember Spire Witches. Nah, I do. Yeah, I'm just going to submit. I like how we boarded. Need to play game 3 on the play. Hopefully keep 6 or 7. Sweet 7 like game 1 would be hot. Play first, of course. Keepable 6, please. Please, please. I'm not excited, but I'm going to keep this. Don't keep 7. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Don't do it. Oh, he kept 7. We can't win. We can win, but it's going to be hard. I choose you and Mercy. No, I choose you. There you go. Withering Touch. Rats. Alright, I wanted a 1-drop. We got a 1-drop. If we don't draw any shards and our opponent doesn't have Extinction, we probably have an okay chance. Tap Shard. Dual Shard? No. No Exarch of the Egg. Don't do it. Don't do it. So rude. So now we need like Crushing Blow or Crackling Bolt here. I guess Burn would be okay too. I'd accept Wild Growth as well. Alright, another Shard means we're probably just done for.
Can't stack in. These aren't going to be 4/4s for 2 more turns. That's assuming we don't draw any more shards and he doesn't have extinction. This is his best curve possible versus our mulligan and then flood. Alright, we'll call it a day. Let's take a look at the deck here. Let's see. I think I want to reevaluate. I don't think I want the 21st shard. I think I want the Oaken Hinges in the board. Let's put the Skarn back in the main. Move a Scorch back to the main. And I think I want like one more random like red or green 1-drop troop. And I'm going to put another mentor in the reserves. Maybe I just put like one mentor in the main. That doesn't seem unreasonable. It's like keep our massive 1-drops higher. My youngest just woke up from his nap, so I'm going to go ahead and run upstairs and grab him real quick. I did like Witch. Witch is fine. Witch is going to stay in the reserves. I don't think I want another Witch. I think I'm going to be okay for now. Maybe I want another. I don't know. It might be right that this should be another 1-drop just so. I don't think I have any more. I think I have to go buy one, so I don't think searching in here is going to do me anything. I can play like a random Savage Raider. Just like a random 2-power 1-drop always has to attack. I think I'm going to try this actually, just like maximize. This is probably the best extra 1-drop that exists. And then we still have 2 mentors in the reserves for when we want to be, and witches for when we want to be more threat deads against the blood decks. But I think just like more 1-drops game 1 is probably ideal. Okay. Okay. Dad's gonna join a gauntlet, and then he's gonna run upstairs and grab your brother, okay? Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Out. Dad's closing us out. Move your foot. You're not allowed to be by the computer unsupervised. I'll be right back with your brother. for you. This is yours. You want to try it? Good. You won't like it. What are you trying to grab? You want this? Here you go.
Thanks, Neil. Sorry for the short delay. Welcome back. Thanks to everyone that hung out through a short break. Still got about 90 people here. I'm going to play a few more matches here with the Wild Ruby Aggro deck before I call it a day. Going for about 3 hours. Mangus just woke up from his nap, so I'll play with them for a bit. This deck's a blast. Yeah, it's fun playing. I really liked Christy, my wife's been playing mono Ruby aggro, and I like that this deck feels like it has a little bit more maneuvering to it. The shard base can be a source of frustration a little bit sometimes when you don't always hit both of them, but I feel like this deck gives you a little bit of room to allow people to make bad blocks and like not play around the right things and get them. Wild Growth with Quash Ridge Tusker is also excellent. Won the coin flip against Winter Moon. That's good for us. Turn 1, Quash Ridge. Keep. What time, Belmonte? Opponent mulligans. You'll often find your opponent's mulligan. Like, this deck mulligans a pretty reasonable amount, but your opponent's also mulligan a good amount against you too, generally, because they need specific hands in order to beat your aggressive starts. Jacob Jeffrey. Jacob Jeffrey, do not sit on your brother. Come here. Come here. You want to come in? Oh, children. Howling Brave. That's interesting. Hopefully he doesn't have Canarosaurus to follow it up. We got Scorch to kill this, which is nice. Hey. Get off of him. Rat. Yeah, you're trouble. You know you're trouble, don't you? Maybe Dad's not going to get to play that much more? Good Lord. You're a turd. You're a turd. Kids, man. Alright, Scorch that. Killing Scarred, Unmerciful Tormentor. Sounds good, Matt. I'll probably be by at some point. I definitely need to play more standard. Hopefully we don't get fight down out here. Puck. That's interesting. Bro, I was almost said burn is what we want to draw here. And then we drew burn. Running hot. Get got opponent. If we draw any non-shard next turn, we get to go ahead and make Unmerciful Tormentor a 4/4. So opponent should be very dead. He's going to hit for 7 here. But it can't make Dinglingers. You're not wrong. Mass Polymorph Dinger is a good time. So unless opponent has like a main deck Cluck here, which they don't have enough resources to play either. If he has like another Puck here to block, if we draw another Shard, he has a chance to be in this game. But if we draw anything we can cast, yeah, well, you know, details. I'm gonna go ahead and activate this and get in here. I'm gonna go ahead and target Blaze Elemental with this, so that way if he has Time Ripple up, he's gonna bounce this one. Combat damage goes to 2. Alright, so unless he has a main deck Clucked on here, he should be very dead. Very dead. Yeah, you're trouble. You're trouble too, aren't you? Dad is 2 trouble boys. Oh, you got a Blighted Fen? See, no, Dad, it's a proxy. Shh, don't tell wizards we make proxies. They'll get... Whoa! Careful. Oh, I want to see the internet, tiny baby? Opponent forfeited. Alright. Yep. Sure. Let's play another game. Opponent was so scared you were coming, D-Money, they ran away. Say, get got, Wintermoon, get got. This is our aggro deck. Aggro, 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 aggro deck. Aggro, aggro deck. Hey, don't eat magic cards. We don't eat magic cards. You can play with them, but we do not eat them. They are icky. Icky. Don't eat. Here, can I get something you can chew on? Here. How about this? This is like thicker cardboard. That's not going to like flake off on you. There you go. Another Save Us. Man, can we just win the coin flips against the hard matchups? Moderately keepable, I guess.
I think this is better than our average 6 in this matchup. We're for sure going to get to play all of our cards. We're only on 20 shards. We have both of our colors, so it's probably worth keeping. Opponent went to 5. Yeah, I'm going to keep this with the opponent on 5. We have Quash on 1, Floop the Pig on 2. We have a burn to interact with his early card. Maybe he doesn't have a burn of his own. What's that, Maddie? Alright, non-shard. If we just draw non-shards this entire game, we're probably going to be super good. Killing Scarn? Sure. We're going to burn the crap out of that. I think I want to burn that rather than Floop the Pig this turn. Yeah, I'm going to burn his guy rather than flooping the pig. You want that? The more power Quashi gets before we floop the pig, the more damage he'll deal. I'm here to foil out your deck. 200 Wall of Omens. That's gas. Those things are like $8 a piece now. But Monte works for a card store here in town. He's my hookup. Between him and Spare Deck, I just don't have to own Magic cards. It's great. We get to floop the pig this turn. Who's excited? The pig flooping will be head for all. Oh man, we get a gas troll too. Alright, floop the pig. He could have a burn here. If he has a burn here, we're like kind of sad. That's fine. So it's unfortunate we didn't have Wild Growth to blow him out there. Floop the Pig, for those who are unaware, is an Adventure Time reference. Hi, tiny baby. Okay, Thunderfield Seer. The Eternal Witnesses are $20? Good lord. There's Wild Growth. That's going to come in handy later when he tries to kill our guy. I'm going to burn this one. I think I'm going to Crackling Bolt his Dome here too. Yeah, I'm just going to Crackling Bolt his Dome. It makes Gas Troll bigger. We get in a little bit of trouble if he plays like an Archmage or something like that, but I'm just going to get in for damages here. Attack for 6. And then he's dead next turn to a variety of cards in our deck since we have this Wild Growth in our hand. So he goes to 9 here. And then we've technically got 6 power here. This does Crush, so even if he has a blocker, it's going to get him. Archmage. This card's super punishing for spinning the Crackling Bolt, because now any action... Oh, he just gets to draw with his Scorch now, too. That's pretty good. And he didn't have that last turn. And the next action he draws with this is going to be doubled. So we actually could be in a little bit of trouble here. We really need to draw like a pig or something to force lethal this turn. Crackling Bolt, etc. Alright, burn. Burn's lethal, right? Yeah, so he has to block here or he's dead. Because burn gives Gas Troll 1/1. That was one of our many cards to kill him if he doesn't block. He's not going to block because Archmage is insane and we only have 2 cards in our hand. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is why I like this deck. It's got so many tricks. Wild Growth. It's time to get wacky and wild. You're trouble. Stop trying to turn off the computer, trouble, baby. You know what you're doing. You know you're trouble. Scorches in Mentor in, Heroic Outlaw in. Make sure Heroic Outlaw has the right gems in it. We want speed and damage. Need one more cut out of the deck here. It's definitely not a troop. Hey, Matt, check this out. Look at the stats breakdown here that it gives you. Maybe it's the Savage Raider? I guess we only have 16 actions, but that's probably fine. Wild Growth protects our guys from his removal spells, so maybe the Crushing Blow is the one I want to trim. Burn is good at killing his idiots. I don't think I want to cut a troop. Maybe Killing Scarn isn't great since we're boarding down on actions. Yeah, I could see that being true. We don't have any Scorches in our deck. All right, let's try this. Keeping this hand. This hand needs some shards, but we're on the draw, and it's very good if we hit a shard. It's actually pretty reasonable even if we don't hit a shard, just like quash, start. Alright, you're being evicted. Whoa, did I just... God bless America. Well, we drew the shard, so this hand was nuts, but I accidentally just clicked through my turn because I thought we were on his turn still. I was putting my kid outside the gate, and, yep. So I'm assuming we're just going to die a horrible death now. So we're literally playing a turn behind on the draw, and I discarded a card. So we would be attacking for one and then going quash Killing Scarn here. I'm sorry to everyone in the stream. I'm really sorry about that. That's a huge mess up on my part. I feel really bad because like I don't know what he kept. He kept a miserable hand this game, and we are not going to be able to punish him because of the mistake I just made. Like his hand was nowhere close to keepable. Unless he's got burns that he didn't show us. I mean, if he keeps missing on Ruby, we might be able to just punish him here for keeping a bad hand. He kept 7, right? Like, he kept 7 also? I wish there was a game log. Alright, there's his Ruby. So, we'd have hit him for... And he has a Heat Wave. Well, we're not going to win now. Maybe he just had Heat Wave. And that's why he kept his awful hand. So, if I hadn't skipped my turn, he'd have taken 1. He's taking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He'd be at 9 right now. Yeah, he'd be at 9 right now if I hadn't skipped my 1 turn. And this matchup's difficult, so, like, even if we get unlucky in the next game, like, the thing you have to remember is that, like, we lost this game because I accidentally clicked past my turn. Like, yeah, we're done. Like, I'm just gonna shame concede and play the next one on the play. That's unfortunate. Yeah, the deck definitely needed at least one more threat. And we've got additional threats in the reserves now, too. Like, the mentors are in the reserves for these matchups that are more removal heavy. God, this hand is just nuts if we draw. Whatever. This hand is so good if we draw a Ruby. Opponent kept a bad hand, didn't get punished. Maybe we can too. Of course, him not getting punished involved me skipping my turn, so. Yeah, but the Ember Spires come in matchups that are going longer. Like, the Blood matchups go much longer. That's fine. I should have mulliganed this, but that doesn't matter. I'm a little annoyed from skipping my turn and losing because of it. If he has burn here, I feel like he would have burned our guy in 1, but I guess that could be incorrect. Did he play tap shard? If he blocks here and burns us. Okay, they just traded. Deal. I guess I should have played a pig there. The Modern Classic went great. That's why you don't see my name in the top 32. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, well, I get to save this guy at least. Alright, well, we can just floop all the pigs this game, I guess. Maybe with this Oakenhead Cemetery, we get to find an 8-8 and kill him. That would be sweet. So at the end step, the pig goes back into our deck and becomes an 8-8 with speed that we get to keep into play permanently. So when we redraw the pig, it's going to be big and scary. Floop is your new favorite word. Yeah, and this hand just shouldn't have been a keep. I just was upset that our opponent drew out of their bad keep, so I decided to try and do the same. My last status was not 1-4. I'm just gonna time you out. I don't feel like bickering with you. Is there a definition here for floop? A really fun word. Yep, that's great. All right, super dead. Control decks historically are always bad in Modern. That's just historically that's what control decks are in Modern. They don't do well consistently. The format is too diverse in its normal state for control decks to be able to thrive. Alright, we lost the coin flip, but we found a Winter Moon deck at least. Never a keepable 7. I should go back and check these videos and see how many times I actually keep 7 with this deck. It's not very often. The 6 is loosely keepable. We're on the draw at least. At least this one has a castable. Shardless Agent is not Modern legal. Shardless Agent is only legal in Legacy and Vintage. If we hit the Wild Shard or more Ruby 1-drops, we might be in an okay spot this game. He's at his best start on the play, though, and we mulliganed a little bit. Alright, sweet. That's a good draw. Again, you should play your things post-combat, but he doesn't have any resources up, so it's pretty irrelevant. Three colors is a hard sell in Standard right now. The shard bases are definitely better than the clans, but not by a lot. Jund and Abzan are rock decks. They are threat dense 1-for-1 decks, not control decks bent on generating large amounts of card advantage. They are mid-range decks at best, and mid-range decks that just play a bunch of good cards are fine in Modern. For reasons like you just said, Jund and Abzan are generally considered good decks. I'm just going to play this Killing Scar in pre-combat here, make the gas troll bigger. I could, like, play 2 actions and, like, try and flip my Killing Scar in this turn, but, I think I'd rather just ship for 3. Yeah, that's fine. No, Sorin is nowhere near the best walker in Standard. My card's been fairly mediocre in all of my testing. I think I just want to burn him here. Yeah, I'm just going to burn him. It gets 2 damage in. It's worth 4 points. This doesn't flip this turn, but it's going to put him to 13. Next, actually, I think I was supposed to play a Crushing Blow there, because he has Time Ripple up again next turn. Since he didn't have any resources up there, he didn't have Time Ripple. There's Crackling Bolt him here. I'm just gonna attack for 4, see what he does. Pass priority. Alright, I'm just gonna pass the turn here. Has a Time Ripple. Okay. Peek, sure. Yeah, that turn I used Burn, I definitely should have used a Combat Trick instead. I should have just, like, cast Crushing Blow or cast Wild Growth. Probably Crushing Blow since I had the Gastral out. I'm surprised he didn't bounce the Kilding Skarn since it cost me 3. Maybe he has a counter magic here that he wants to play out. I'm assuming this is getting counter magicked. Yeah. That's actually really good for us. Please non-dual shard this turn. He's dead to a non-dual shard, right? Yeah, if we draw a non-dual shard, he dies. Alright, sweet. Dead. Attack. Opponent has to block, so we go Wild Growth, Crushing Blow. This hand stumbled a little bit, but it's more than enough to get through Winter Moon. This is one of this deck's really good matchups. Aggressive decks are usually pretty good against Winter Moon. And he only has 1 resource up here, so he can't do anything to interact with our guy, so going all in like this can't be punished. And I'm pretty sure we just hit submit in this matchup. I guess Scorch isn't very good, so I'd rather be more threat dense. So I guess I'll board out 2 Scorches and bring in 2 Oakenhenge Mage. Ember Spire, which I could see, but I think the 1 Scorch is probably fine just for like triggering Gastral and flipping Skarn. This match does get much harder post-board. They bring in a bunch of fight dinos, generally speaking. They bring in Canarasaurus and Succulent Cluckadon. Cluckaduckin, as I like to say. Howdy, Antwerp. What's going on, mate? Thanks for stopping by this afternoon. Playing some Hex, some Wild Ruby aggro. Ruby Wild. I guess it's technically Ruby Wild, right? The Ruby is first. We're primarily a Ruby deck. So opponent's choosing to play. Yeah, sounds super reasonable. Gastral on 1. If he plays a wild shard on 1, I'm going to play 1 turn behind. Okay, so the reason why I say I'm going to play 1 turn behind if he plays a wild shard on 1 is because the Canarasaurus, which is the 2-mana fight dino, it takes double wild threshold, so if he plays wild on 1, he's likely has a Canarasaurus he's setting up to play on 2, and I'd much rather play Gastral with Burn up to save my guys from Canarasaurus. I mean, to be fair, I day 2'd the open and then just didn't play. No worries, Ian. And I'm playing Kilding Skarn pre-combat here because Ruby cards power up the Gastral. So I'll attack for 2 here, and then I'm not going to play any actions out, even though I could push more damage here, because again, if he plays Wild Shard Canarasaurus next turn, I want to be able to burn it in response. Carnosaurus, yeah, it's Carnosaurus. I say Canarasaurus. I generally make up words, so he's going to fight the Kilding Skarn, I assume. Yeah, so he's going to fight that. I'm going to burn this in response, so he doesn't gain life. Also makes the Gastral permanently larger. So now the real question is, yeah, I'm just going to flip the pig here. Because his deck also plays Cluckadon, which is a 4/4 that gains 4 life and fights a 1 cost when it comes into play, I don't want to play the Wild Growth out. This way, if he has Cluckadon next turn, which is his best possible sideboard card against us here, we can just Wild Growth the guy that he goes to fight, and then his guy loses the fight. Alright, he has another Carnosaurus. Sure, I'm going to try and say it right, Carnosaurus. So again, I'm just going to... He does get to gain life from this one because it does successfully fight our guy. But our guy will be a 5/5, so his guy loses the fight and just goes to the bin. He might Time Ripple our guy in response here, which isn't an unreasonable play. It makes Gas Troll bigger, so we don't really mind. But it leaves him as 2/2 behind, but he doesn't gain life. Yeah, this is basically a hyper-aggressive deck with a combo-ish finish. It would definitely be equatable to a Tarkaret if you were looking to draw a direct comparison. There's a slightly more popular and more consistent straight Ruby aggressive deck that sees play as well, but this one's a little bit more explosive because it gets combo-y with the pump spells. So we're attacking for 7 here. Hey, don't take his necklace away. Oh, children. So Crushing Blow is going to be worth 4 points of damage here because it's a Ruby spell, so it powers up Gas Troll, and it's an action, so it powers up Kilding Skarn. So I think before we say deal damage, I'm going to go ahead and Crushing Blow the Blaze Elemental, because this can only be used on target attacking troops, so we can't use it in response to a fight dino. I'm targeting the Blaze Elemental because this is going to die anyways. So if he wants to bounce this to our hand, we can replay it next turn with speed. He's rippling the Gas Troll, sure. So he's going to take 7 here, and then we'll replay Gas Troll post-combat. I guess the worst case scenario for us here is he goes resource double fight dino. I'm blanking on its name right now. But he could, yeah, another wild double fight dino. Eats both of our guys with him at 6. That'd be rough. We could peel back from him having double fight dino here, but... Crocosaur, yeah, that's the one. This card's very good against us. He activates it to replenish his resources and gain life equal to the amount used that way. Our champion ability is 4 charges make a 3/1 speed that dies at the end of turn. Ooh, that's really good. So now he's going to get to gain 4 with Sight of the Sun. Into a and it gets to fight our 1/1 Kilding Skarn because we haven't been able to sequence 2 actions in a turn yet. So he's going up to 8 here. Well, at least we've got our 5/5. Keep shipping with my 5/5, I suppose. Oh, this guy has to attack. That's fine. It trades with either of these guys. So he's probably just trading this and then taking 5. Man, he was dead to Wild Growth here. One of the things I love about this game is that there's no reason to try and bluff things by like holding extra resources because you want to activate your champion ability. So hopefully he just like draws a wild shard and can't cast anything here. God bless this 1-drop. Like, this card's so good. This card is the reason to play the 2-color deck for sure. I'll be right back.
Careful, tiny baby. You're going to get hurt. You have to be careful. You're not as big as you think you are, D-Money. There's your necklace.
And then Sight of the Sun gains some more life. Oh, jeez. You get charges by playing your resources out, which are your shards. There's also other random things in the game that can give you charges, but Burn was a fantastic draw here because I assume he's going to triple block my 5/5 troll to take it off the board here, and we're going to burn the Carnosaurus. Brown Fox Scout. Alright, still might be okay because we drew this burn. So I'm assuming he's going to dogpile the gas troll here. We're going to burn... I guess I'm going to burn this in response, right? Because this will stop him from gaining life. And it makes this becomes a 6/6 anyway, so it's still not going to die to these. Don't have Time Ripple or Counter... You can't cast Counter Magic. Have Counter Magic in hand. Yeah, sweet. So now we trample over these two idiots. If he has an Aborian Root Father here, we could die very quickly. That's an 8/8. But I wouldn't be surprised if he boarded down on those against us. Check this link out if you're interested in learning Hex and you're a Magic player. Talks about some of the differences. Playing this out again pre-combat because it makes the gas troll bigger. And Counter Magic is his last card. He didn't have double Sapphire Threshold until this turn, and now his Azure Fate Sorceress has to block because this guy is lethal. This card is such a monster. Like, crush. All right, so now his best draw here is like Windsinger into Time Ripple on our turn. So opponent is just dead. Played another shard out. Magic has random effects too, to be fair. There's things that roll dice and flip coin in Magic. Not as many, but there are a few. So I guess he could have Brown Fox Scout on top of his deck here. But he's still dead just to trample. He could have Brown Fox Scout that draws a card into Time Ripple. Yeah, I felt I was entering day 2 of the Standard Open with a record of 6-3, which meant I had to 4-2 to min cash or 6-0 to top 8, and I felt like my chances of going 6-2 or better in the Modern Classic were better than my chances of going 4-2 or better in the Standard Open. That's saying sweet. Opponent mulligans. Like I said, opponents, our deck mulligans a good amount, but opponents also mulligan a reasonable amount against us because this champion indicates something aggressive. I'll be right back.
Oh, are you stuck? How did you get back here? Come here. Oh. Here you go. Here you go.
Alright, whose turn are we on? We're on his turn. Alright, we're not going to click through my turn because I went to help the kid again. Alright. I haven't played the Goggles control deck, so I can't really make a reasonable estimate on it. I think if Todd didn't think it was worth playing, he probably wouldn't have played it. Personal opinions about Todd aside, he's a very reasonable Magic player, so I don't think he would have played a deck if it was testing poorly and it was bad. I'll be writing about my Gitrog deck on MTG Card Market this week. It'll probably be going up sometime over the weekend. So always play Quash on 1 since he has Rage. You want to get him going ASAP. Hopefully opponent doesn't have Exarch of the Aegon 2. If opponent does have Exarch of the Aegon 2, we're going to take our turn 2 off and play double Killing Skarn. I don't. Yep, Exarch. This is a 1-3 lethal. Burning Trim Emissary would in fact be nuts in this deck. You are correct. So we're just going to go ahead and Killing Skarn. And then next turn, we can Crackling Bolt this and Scorch him and attack in with some 3/3s. No Fentio? No Fentio, no kill? He doesn't have counter magic mana up, so we got that going for us. That's annoying. Non-dual shard. Alright, sweet. So non-dual shard means that we can Crushing Blow Quash here. So we're going to go ahead and Charge Bolt, Crackling Bolt that. It's unfortunate we don't have double Ruby Threshold, because if we had double Ruby Threshold, we'd be able to activate our champion ability this turn. So we're going to go ahead and attack with all of these guys, and then in response to Quash Ridge Tusker's trigger targeting this Killing Skarn, I'm going to go ahead and Crushing Blow him, which gives him more power, which also powers up these guys. So Quash is going to go to a 3/3, and he's going to turn this into a 6/3. The fact that he's trading for Quash here and not our guys that do extra damage tells me that he probably doesn't have Extinction in hand yet, or if he does, he doesn't have another shard for it. So we're at a point in the game now where any non-wild shard, even a Ruby shard here, is a great draw because it lets us activate our champion power. As I guess I shouldn't say great draw, it's a reasonable draw. He's just about dead here. So we make this, we floop the pig, and then we Scorch him, and he's going to 1 here. Well, I guess, yeah, I should Scorch him, which turns these into 4/4s, and then he has to block one of these guys. He can't block the 3/1. So he's going to take 11 and go to 1 here. Yep, he's going to go to 1. Sweet. This dies at end step. The flooped pig goes back into our deck. Alright, maybe he didn't have the shard. He could have Extinction here. He did have the Extinction, did not have the shard. Okay, that makes sense. Burn? Skill game. Get wrecked, nerd. Better lucky than good. Better lucky than good. Alright. So what are we doing here? We're bringing in Mentors. We're bringing in Ember Spires. We're cutting Scorches. Is that usually what we do? That sounds right. Just want to be more threat dense. Ratios. 20. That's right. We have an emote for when I make this a skill game. Maybe we don't want all the Ember Spire Witches. I guess it is just good at first striking through his idiots. Swift striking through his idiots. Yeah, I think we're going to keep it, actually. Burn's not stellar in this matchup. And maybe Vine Lash is better than Burn. Because he's bringing in some vampires out of the reserves. Yeah, he's definitely bringing in Vampire Princesses out of the reserves. So yeah, I'm actually going to split the difference on these. The Burn and the Vine Lash, because Ember Spire Witch technically is a pseudo answer to Vampire Princess on top of Crackling Bolt as well. Usually, the Spiders deck doesn't have Vampire King also. If he had King and Princess, I'd bring in all 3 Vine Lashes, but I think just 1 is right, because sometimes I don't even have 4 Vampire Princesses. It's usually it's somewhere between 2 and 4. I think this hand's keepable. It's got Crackling Bolt. The tapped The ruby shard not making a temporary resource on one kind of sucks, but I think the rest of this is keepable. We do need to draw another ruby to be able to play the Ember Spire Witch, but another uncastable. Rough. So again, this is why this is a reason to not play the full 4 Ember Spire Witches, because they are kind of difficult to cast on our shard base. They're a little bit greedy. We only have 13 ruby sources. There's Exarch of the Egg. I think I'm just gonna Crackling Bolt this. I might just try and Floop the Pig here. Do I want to Floop the Pig or just Crackling Bolt it? I'm gonna Floop the Pig here because if he has a Vampire Princess to follow this up, I'd much rather Crackling Bolt a VP. And he might just take the hit here and leave this on the board, in all honesty, because this goes away at end step when it floops. So does he want to use this as a gain for? He does. Okay. And if this dies, I don't think it floops. Yeah, it does not floop when it dies. Okay, activates that. So probably has counter magic. He probably leaves a non-zero amount of counter magic in against us. That's annoying. There's only 2 Spiderlings, or I guess there's 4 in our deck. Okay. How's the GP Charlotte fund going? I think we're about half. We're about a quarter of the way, a third of the way. I'd have to pull it up. I don't have it up right now. That's my donation gold box. The Charlotte fund is at 135 out of the 400. Now the question is, do I want to Floop the Pig here? I think I do want to Floop the Pig. He could use this Spiderling as a gain 4, but again, the Flooped Pig goes back into our deck and becomes an 8/8, and it takes what is his clock off the table. We also need to empty our hand at some point to make Unmerciful Tormentor a 4/4. Hey! My children are attacking each other.
I'm gonna put you to bed. You think it's funny that he's attacking you? You think it's funny that he's attacking you?
He might just spend a kill spell on this too here as a gain 4. Nope. Alright, sweet. Maybe I should have flooped the pig and played this post-combat. Yeah, that's probably likely what I should have done. Children fight more. I mean, you know, I'm a referee, really. That's my job. As referee. Right? I'm a referee. That's what I do all day. That's what Dad does, is referee children. Okay, I will put you back outside of jail. Well, that's less than stellar. It does not let us cast the Ember Spire Witches, and does not let us activate our champion power. This attack was probably bad because that allows that to happen. Maybe I'm supposed to Crackling Bolt that idiot. So this hand's in an awkward spot where like it needs ruby shards, but we also want to not draw shards. So we draw wild shards. Ugh. And again, these cards showing why it is a little bit of a risk in the board. Perhaps it's actually we're down to 12 rubies now because I cut. Yeah, I'm just gonna concede here and not show them what we have in our hand. And this third game on the play. Right. Hopefully we get a bunch of 1-drops on the play this game. That would be ideal. with resources to cast them. Ruby Shard, Wild Shard, Gash Troll, Quashi, Skarn, Gash Troll, Quashi, Savage Raider.
Hey, don't pull his hair. Jacob. Children, you are killing me. Stop it. Stop attacking him.
If they keep this up, this is going to be the last match. Hopefully we can play one or two more, but they're being truly obnoxious this morning. This afternoon. All right. We've got Gash Troll and one drop, so that's good for us. So none of our cards require double wild, so we can just play this for Ruby, play Kilding Skarn out here as make Gash Troll bigger. Hopefully he plays an Exarch of the Egg or nothing next turn. Those are our two ideal draws, or just like Sapphire Shard, Arcane Focus. If he plays Exarch of the Egg, we get to go Shard, Crackling Bolt, Wild Growth, and then Kilding Skarn's going to flip the following turn. So that would be great. Double Blood. So usually this deck doesn't play a ton of Rot Cast. Sometimes there's one or two in the reserves. Inquisition. Alright, well, that's annoying. Since we're not sitting on gas. Ember Spire Witch, that's not bad. Since he can't Extinction for 2 more turns.
That's true, Apes. My logic for not playing Deadeye Ripper was that
a lot of our troops have speed anyways, but because we already have because the pigs have speed, but that could be incorrect. There's the Exarch of the Egg. So he had the Exarch and he chose to Inquisition on 2? It's unfortunate. I'm going to activate this and ship with the team. I'm not playing the other Ember Spire Witch out in case he has a sweeper. Am I supposed to just Wild Growth here? Yeah, I think I'm just going to Wild Growth here while he doesn't have a removal spell. Or removal up. Just like get our 4 points of damage in. And I could have gotten 1 more point of damage in by playing this Ember Spire Witch, but especially the way he blocked, I think he has Extinction here. Really? No Extinction. Huh. Well, now I wish I would have played the Ember Spire Witch. Maybe he just has spot removal and doesn't want Extinction. Kiss. Sure. Alright, well now I wish I would have played the other one out. So, keeping up shard drops with the deck that plays more shards than us is not ideal. We would be putting him to 3 here if I would have played the other Ember Spire last turn. And then we'd be dead to Crackling Bolt as a draw. Alright, flip the pig. So he has to kill the pig now? If he has counter magic, he has to play counter magic. And then we don't have burn in our deck, I don't think. Maybe I split the difference. I think it might have left 1 burn in as your Fate Sorcerer. So that has to block. Oh, well that sucks. He has to trade a Spiderling with the Kilding Skarn now. I was going to say we have Crackling Bolt. He's blocking everything. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. He's still at 5. Did we lose a crackling bolt in there? We didn't. This was less than ideal for us. I really wish I would have played this out that turn before. I think it was right to wait like we did just because of the possibility of extinction. They definitely have 3 to 4 of those, but it ended up not working out for us because he had spot removal. So close and yet so far. He's going to block. We're going to wild growth. Makes our guy permanently a 2-2. So we got that going for us. Gets the Azure Fate Sorceress off the table. So if we draw Tarantula, we're basically dead if we draw Tarantula either way, but it doesn't mill us out, technically.
You are gonna get hurt. God, kids. Kids, I tell you, you're killing me.
Yeah, trying a couple of Rippers might be okay. I might even want more than one. Just like try 2. Ugh. So I assume we're going to mill out here. Alright, didn't die. We got that going for us. Milled another crackling bolt though. Have another Azure Fate? Yeah, okay, now we're dead. So for those of you that have never seen the Azure Fate combo deck before, basically all of these mill me because the Azure Fate Sorceress mills me, so he's going to go through the deck and all of these are each going to mill 10 and we're going to mill our entire deck out. That's usually this is Azure Cannon. I haven't played against Azure Cannon for a while. So I'm gonna lead on Tormentor on one because I'd rather he kill this than the Killing Scarn. This hand's a little ambitious, but Burn is really good in the Azure Cannon matchup, so I think I'd like access to this. So like I think having access to 2 burns and 2 threats makes this our slightly speculative keep worthwhile. We do need to be aware that he's going to be boarding in Heat Wave post reserves. The old Tetsot with the Azure Fate Sorceress sleeves, like, Definitely Azure Cannon. If we draw a wild shard next turn, this hand goes from speculative to fantastic. Speculation pays off. Alright. Attack for 1 here. You have your 1 of burn. Usually I put like 1 or 2 burns in the main and then 4 crackling bolts, 4 ripples. As is 1 of burn. It's unfortunate. Well, we're going to be able to empty our hand very quickly as soon as we draw a wild shard. So if we draw a wild shard next turn, we can actually get our hand completely empty, which is nice. He hasn't tunneled anything yet, so he doesn't have any pressure anytime soon, which is good for us. Once this card becomes a 4/4, he doesn't really have any ways to beat it outside of combat. That's fantastic. So let's go ahead and play this. Let's attack for 4. So because that was one of our dual shards, we can't unfortunately empty our hand this turn, but we can play Gas Troll out, and then next turn just hit him for a metric ton. Probably going to just like fire off a burn at his end step. If he has like a burn for the Gas Troll here, I'm just going to double burn him in response and make it a 3/3. Ripple, targeting, Gas Troll, sure. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going to cast burn in his end step, so maybe I'm supposed to have done that before this. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Although maybe I want to hold the burns for his Azure Fate sorceresses. Yeah, using a burn aggressively is probably not worthwhile when he's at as much life as he's at right now. He does have counter magic up now, so he could counter magic our Gas Troll next turn. Let's see Pikachu on screen there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Welcome. All right, there's a tunneler. This could be one of a number of things. Another burn. All right. So this could be a Subterranean Spy, a Reese, or a Hypnoscientist. If he has a Reese in his hand and he has another shard, he might just like play it because like making 1/1s every turn is pretty reasonable against us. If he has Crackling Bolt here, I'm going to save the guy that he goes to Crackling Bolt. I'm going to burn his dome here. Makes the Gas Troll bigger and it's going to allow us to empty our hand for this Unmerciful Tormentor. If we burn his dome twice here, we guaranteed get to empty our hand next turn because the biggest thing we can draw is a 2-drop. Yeah, so I'm just gonna burn his dome. The only way we don't make our guy a 4/4 is if he counter magics the burn and we draw a 2-drop. Resolve burn. Then I'm gonna burn this again. So now we've got these guys are basically 7 power on the table. Gouache Ridge Tusker makes this bigger, activating our champion ability. Gets in another guy. If he has Azure Fate Sorceress to get in here and block with, we'll burn it before he gets to blockers. So he should just be dead this turn, I think. It's the Azure Fate Sorceress. So this does 2 to us when it comes into play. So we just go ahead and burn this, and then Wild Growth, one of our guys. And I think he's dead because this is 7. Yeah, he's dead here. This is 7-15. He's at 14. Dead. Continue. So we want Scorches comes out in this matchup because it's not stellar. This might be a Heatwave matchup, actually. Like, Heatwave kills a lot of his idiots. I guess he's bringing in Heatwave against us, too. But, like, there are definitely hands where, like, we definitely want Heroic Outlaw against another Ruby deck. We're going to put speed and damage in here. Bring in the 2 of those. We have at least 1 more slot here. It could be Heatwave, or it could just be Mentor of Oakenhenge to, like, try and fight through his removal. I think we're supposed to take the aggressive slant in this matchup, and these Heatwaves should be primarily for the decks with a lot of ramp troops, and the other, like, red aggressive decks in the format. So I think I'm actually going to trim... I guess Crushing Blow can blow him out when he tries to hit us in combat. I think I want this troop as well, though. Nah, I guess 24 troops is probably plenty more. Bringing in Heroic Outlaw as well. I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, I'm going to cut a Killing Scar, and he's pretty hard to enable. And we're down to 16 actions. He gets hard to flip. Seems reasonable. Again, burn is valuable in this matchup. Quash on 1. If we draw shards, we're a little annoyed, but I think this hand's plenty keepable. If both players... I don't know if that's necessarily true, Rogue. Like, Heatwave can be really bad against some of our draws. Okay, sweet. That draw is excellent, because it means Quash has something to consistently target. Let's go ahead and put Quash into play here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Seed of Crackling Bolt here. Mirror Knight, interesting. I guess it just gets to play defense. 1 drop. 1 drop. That's the perfect 1 drop. I guess we wanted a 1 drop troop so I could just burn this and attack through. Yeah. I guess I'm going to attack, and if he blocks, I'll just Crushing Blow. Save the burn for later when we don't have a troop. Just no blocks, huh? Okay. Play Mentor of Oakenhenge out here. Now if he plays a Heatwave, it's like a 2-for-1 in our favor because this guy replaces itself. Oh, he has Buccaneers too. Okay, that's interesting. I guess this sideboard plan, this reserve plan seems reasonable against our more aggressive deck. Okay, I kind of wish I would have, because now this gets to replace itself. So I should have boarded and burn. Okay, or I should have burned this. This curve is very good, especially on the play. Yeah, he's gonna bounce our 2-drop. So he's definitely going to try and trade here. So I think I'm just supposed to attack, Crushing Blow past this guy, and then burn his Mirror Knight. Yeah. Really? Just no blocks, huh? Okay. That's interesting. Maybe he has another Buccaneer and he wants to go on the aggressive plan? Yeah, I'm still just going to burn this and get it out of here. We don't get to use the rest of our resources efficiently this turn, but I think it's worth getting that off the table so he doesn't get to draw a bunch of cards on us. Seeing that he's on this plan, kind of makes me want to board in Heat Wave, but we're going to be on the play for the next game, so it's probably wrong. Is he have another Buccaneer here? You could have Azure Fate or just Counter Magic to hold up, or removal spell possibly. Crackling Bolt, sure. Another Wild Shard's not great. I'm going to go ahead and play Mentor out here. I'm just going to pass the turn. I'm not going to get in with this for now because I want to save that in case he runs us out of troops and we have like Crushing Blows and Wild Growth left over in our hand. Gets a 2/2. Go variants. He just thinks he's winning this race. Okay. He doesn't have an Azure Fate, otherwise he would have played it in response to that. Heroic Outlaw, getting close to being deadly. So this card becomes free if we are at 5 life or less. We're actually at 6 shards since we flooded a little bit this game, so this might just be relevant either way. I think I'm going to activate my champion power here. I'm pretty likely to Crushing Blow this turn, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and activate this, especially since we have Heroic Outlaw now, too. So Pikachu running on screen there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the support. Follows and subs are the 2 best ways you can show your support for the stream. If he blocks the 4/4 here, I think I'm going to Crushing Blow it. If he blocks the 2/1, I'm probably going to Crushing Blow it as well. Opens us up to possible Time Ripple, but I think that's fine. Really, he has an Azure Fate Sorceress. That's interesting. I feel like if he had Azure Fate, he should have played it in response to before he made this. So you're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoot, we could die next turn. Maybe I should have left this back. I just didn't do math on if he had Azure Fate into something else. Alright, so he's going block, block. The question is, do I want to trample, crush for more, or do I want to keep this guy alive? I think I want to... I guess this guy replaces himself, so yeah, I'm just going to crush here. So he's going to take 7 here and go to 12. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and play this Oakenhenge Ceremony. Find... Alright, Tormentor's not bad. This will be a 4/4 pretty quickly. Both these guys are going away because the pig floops, and then it's possible I'm supposed to save the ceremony for after the pig floops back into our deck, but I don't know. I don't think that's strictly correct. We boarded out all of our Scorches, so unless he puts us to 5 or less, we can't empty our hand this turn. Next turn, because we're either going to draw a shard, a 1-drop, or a 2-drop, and we only have 6 resources. Cerulean Mirror Knight, sure. Are you going to keep applying pressure? Yep. We're likely just playing this Heroic Outlaw and crashing next turn. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. You could have Counter Magic here, but if he just has Time Ripple, that's not good for him. Oh, yeah. Get in there. We have removal. We have Crackling Bolts and Burns. Or you're talking to someone else in chat that was talking about their campaign. So he's going to 4 here. We have Unmerciful Tormentor as a blocker. We have Burns removal. We can guaranteed make this guy a 4/4 next turn, regardless of what we draw. Well, I guess that's not true. There's one more Heroic Outlaw in our deck. So if we draw the second Heroic Outlaw, we can't. If we draw the second Heroic Outlaw, we can't make this a 4/4. But if we draw the second Heroic Outlaw, the trigger just kills him anyway. So no blocks on whatever he attacks with. I'm assuming he's not attacking with anything because both these guys are lethal next turn. Okay, I realized that shortly after I said something. Attack with both. So this means we could die to double Crackling Bolt? Seriously? Alright, well I guess I'm blocking. I guess I'm chumping his 2/2 here. Or we die to Bolt, Burn, Burn. Yeah, I guess I'm blocking his 2/2 here. Bolt, Burn, Burn doesn't do it either. We're at 8. But if we took that damage there, we'd go to 6 and we'd be dead to double Crackling Bolt. Alright, this was a good line for him. Okay, opponent just did not play around Buccaneer. I guess if we draw a shard, our opponent dies? Wait, oh, he didn't bounce it. Okay. Because if we draw a shard, he'd die. That's fair. Burn, your idiot. He could have a Time Ripple here. Otherwise, he's dead. It's 5. It's not 6. It's 5, unfortunately. It would be flavorful if it was 6, though, right? Uh-oh, Dreaming Fox. He's got so many hit points. And we lost a coin flip? No! We don't want to lose the coin flip against the champion that has 25 life. That's so much life. Is this how aggro players feel when I'd play Dreaming Fox against them? How am I ever... Ancestors chosen. Huh. Interesting. Am I burning this on 1? No, I think we're just getting Quash going. The old Quash high 5 on 3. Scorch? Scorch would have been a nut draw there. That would have been really sweet. So, am I supposed to get Quash going here? Otherwise, we could go Skarn, double burn. Building up Rage is probably better. So, next turn, I think we're going Quash, burn. It looks like he's playing... it looks like he's playing the Blood Sapphire mid-range deck that I wrote about. Has 4 ancestors chosen in the main. Quash high 5 with the wild growth is pretty sick. So we're gonna play this. We're gonna burn this guy. I'm gonna attack for 1. If he doesn't have anything good next turn, he's gonna be very, very dead. And if we draw a Crushing Blow, he's probably very dead either way. I guess he has 25 life to start with, so I shouldn't say very dead. Hopefully he just doesn't do anything this turn. Alright, I'm going to play this Killing Skarn because I want it to flip. Hopefully Counter Magics us. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and Quash, attack with both. Okay, and then we want the lower power one on the left, so it resolves last. Yeah, that's how it works. So we want this one to resolve last. We'll target this one here, and then we're gonna go ahead and wild growth this guy. If he has a kill, he has a kill. Does he just have nothing here? That would be so good. Deal combat damage. Oh yeah, take 17. Okay, yeah, scorch you. Make this bigger. It's possible I'm supposed to have played around Extinction here, because he's definitely on 3 Extinctions when I know he's on my deck. Alright, we're not getting Extinction. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm so excited! Bo-do-do-do-do-do. Bo-do-do-do-do-do-do. We only have 8 wild shards in the deck. Maybe that's one too many, but like it's 10 total wild shards. Like, oh man, God bless the Quash high five. Did my game crash? Oh no, it looked like it crashed. It's unfortunate. Whoa, all right. What the heck? They're just like refusing to rejoin? Children! Alright, Scorch is not good. And Wild Growth is medium. Ember Spire's fine. Ratios. We're boarding down like that. Let's board down Skarn. Alright, let's just save that for now. I don't have a lot of time since it got disconnected. It didn't tell us to confirm, so hopefully that reserved. We did actually get to a reserving screen though, which is good. They fixed that bug in the last update. Yeah, the Quash high five crash text. Is it not reconnecting? Oh no! No, come back, Hex! I want to die a horrible death to vampire kisses and vampire princesses. Alright, well, let's try and reload one more time. The children attacked each other, the game crashed, we killed the 25 life champion, you know, it was all too much. Confirm. Keep. See, I need some shards, but if we don't draw Wild Shard or Ruby Shard on one, and we drew Ruby Shard on one like a professional, okay. So, how am I supposed to sequence here now that we thought about it? It was easy if we don't draw a shard. We just, like, play the dual shard as Ruby and then pass. Am I supposed to go Gas Troll into Quash on 2? Or am I supposed to go Ruby Shard into Quash on 1? Yeah, I think I'm supposed to go Ruby Shard into Quash on 1 here, and then play this as Wild on 2 and play Gas Troll. I think that's the optimal sequencing here. Two tap shards in a row, or 2 dual shards in a row. Okay, it has Ancestor Chosen, that's fair. I guess now the question is, am I supposed to burn this? Now I wish I would have played the Gas Troll on 1, kind of. Or played that on 1, so I could have gone Gas Troll burn on 2 here. Fentio here is going to be a giant brick wall. Vampire Princess, also a brick wall. It's a brick wall we can race, though. That's a good draw for racing that. So let's go Gas Troll. And I'm not going to play the Savage Raider out because it has to attack, so he'll just leave the Vampire Princess back. So let's just play the Killing Scarns out here and pass the turn. Actually, I probably should have played the Unmerciful Tormentor out because it's very likely going to be a 4-4 next turn. Like, we draw any shard or 1-drop, and this is going to be a 4-4 next turn. I'm assuming he either has Shard Extinction or another Vampire here, the way he's playing this out. Really? Okay. Yeah, I should have played the Unmerciful Tormentor last turn. Exarch of the Egg. Fair. It's a sweet Exarch of the Egg. Alright, another Gas Troll. If he's got Extinction, he's got Extinction. He didn't play a Shard last turn. So let's go ahead and chip at the team. He gets to eat one of our guys, but we get a bunch of damage through. Kwashi's going to go on Gas Troll because it crushes. Hey, Dinotropia. Dino, I meant to tell you, I'm not sure if my wife ever said anything in your stream. My wife really likes your stream. She was watching the other night, and she loves the dinosaur theme and all that jazz. Yeah, so if I would have played Unmerciful Tormentor out last turn instead of one of these Killing turns, so we're down 3 points of damage right now. If he has Extinction here, like, it's not great for us, but yeah, he definitely has Extinction. He attacked with both of his guys, so I'm going to throw Savage Raider under the bus here because this attack screams Extinction. So I might as well save myself 1 point of damage. Yeah. I've recently gotten her into Hex. She likes strategy games. Yep, definitely blue tech links are enabled in chat. Feel free. This was a great draw for us post extinction. So he would be 3 points of life lower had I sequenced my troops correctly. And those are the type of things you want to keep track of. Like, we can say, rats, he's so lucky to have Extinction on 4, but, like, really, if he wins this game with, 3 life or less, we could have killed him. Scorch this guy, attack him for 1. We're definitely not in a great spot. And that's one thing about Unmerciful Tormentor is maximizing him does not allow you to play around things like Sweepers very well. It'll allow you to play around Extinction. If you're maximizing him, you don't really care about Heatwave because he's a 4/4. Yeah. Ooh, he has another one. Alright, so he has another Inquisitor in his hand, so this guy and Ancestor's Chosen. We can probably pack it in here. Just play game 3 on the play. Stink Troll. What does Stink Troll do? I'm gonna admit to not being super versed in all of the cards. If they don't see regular constructed play, I haven't seen all of them. Like, I browsed through all of the cards at one point, but I don't have all their names memorized. Stink Troll. 3's a lot. Three's a lot of resources. That's why I haven't seen Stink Troll before. When I looked at cards for this deck, I only looked at, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call this a day. He's drawing 2 more cards. He's got another spider in his hand. So I like how I reserved. Did we reserve that game? It looks like it didn't preserve. Oh no, we drew a Scorch, so we didn't get to reserve that game. Interesting. Okay, that's worth knowing. Burn doesn't really do anything, right? He definitely has princesses, so I guess Burn kills his Chosen. I think I still want to split the difference. We're going down to... Okay, I'm going to bring out 1 Skarn and leave in one more Burn. It's good, reasonable reach. Actually, I'm going to leave in 3 Burn because he has Chosen. Chosen's annoying. Your deck... You are technically correct, Roy. And technically correct is arguably the best kind of correct. Alright, well this one Sharder we're going to keep. As Quash and the Kilnskarn. This is probably going to be our last match. The kids are getting fussy. The kids are fussy. You fussalophagus. You a tiny little fussalophagus, D-Money. Fusser, 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 fusser. 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 Fusser, fusser, fusser. Ooh, it's a tiny fussalophagus. See, Chosen is so good just because, like, it's kind of a must-answer thing and it can, like, trade with Quash. Alright, that's not a bad draw. We would have preferred just a regular Wild Shard there, but beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to ship with Quash here, and if he blocks, I'm going to Crushing Blow, I think. Yeah. And if he doesn't block, I'm just going to play out Kildingskarn here. Yeah, so we're going to Crushing Blow. It might be right to burn there and save the Crushing Blow for later. You sign in the all of the Vine Lashes in matchups that have Vampire King and Vampire Princess. He's playing my build of Dreaming Fox, which is a Blood Sapphire mid-range deck, so he only has Vampire Princesses in his deck. We're not getting Extinction for 2 more turns at least, so that's good. You have to go ahead and play out Kildingskarn here. I guess I should technically do that post-combat, but it probably doesn't matter.
Can you play out here for 20 more minutes? It's last game, I promise. 5 more minutes, not even.
Just kill right now, sure. His kill sequencing there is a little bit poor because we're definitely would have tried to do something on our turn, so he could have gotten another spell out of it, essentially. I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to Wild Growth this, burn him. Do I want to activate our champion ability? Yeah, maybe. So he's going to 19, getting hit for 6. Put him to 10 here, and we have a 2-2 left versus his 5 cards in a draw step, so a little bit behind. Mulligan definitely didn't help. We drew... Actually, we haven't drawn any non-shards this game, have we? Just say we were happy to draw the first couple of shards, but yeah, we... 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the Wild Growth was 5. Yeah, we actually haven't drawn a non-shard this game. Alright, Floop the Pig. Put you to 6. 25 life is just so much for these aggressive decks. It's a beating. If he has a Reese here, we're basically dead. Princess is pretty good, too. Hopefully we just draw an 8/8 pig here. That would be great. Just draw the pig we just looped back in. Alright, it's a 4/4. That's gross. We do not play Gorfies. I'm going to look up what that is right now. Not bad. You don't play. All of our decks, all of our cards are like 1 and 2 cost cards. You don't. Gorfeast is in an awkward spot because it looks like the card an aggressive deck kind of wants to play, but it costs too much resources for an aggressive deck to play. And this game has essentially gotten out of reach now. Again, just like the Dreaming Fox is just so good because of all of the extra hit points that it has. If our opponent had been a lower health total champion, we probably would have had a chance this game, but it just successfully buried us now that he activated his champion power. We also like didn't draw. We only drew one non-resource this game, but so we 3-3'd another one. So let's go back to the drawing board one more time here. Collection. So I think. Neo sent me some rippers. I think we want 2 of those in the main. I think that would give us definitely a better leg up than the Savage Raider. And I think I'm going to trim a Scorch. I guess what are our ratios here? So right now I think 18 actions we can still play Kilding Skarn reasonably, and let's just go up on Troops. I think Troops is the one bottleneck that we have most of the time with this deck. I'm not sure. I don't think I need a 4th Scorch in the reserves. I don't think there's really many matchups where we want all of these. I guess there's probably more matchups where we want Scorch than we want 4 Heat Waves, so maybe I should just have 2 and 2 like that. At any rate, I've been going for a little over 5 hours now, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. I'd like to say thank you to everyone that's been hanging out for, any of that at all. So I'll go ahead and give someone else that's streaming a host. Maybe swap a wild shard for another ruby. That could be possible. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. Let me pull up my browser here. Browser. So for people, this can be a good learning experience for people. So this is this back online? That's not online yet. All right, so hyper geometric distribution calculator. So people that play CCGs, if you don't know what a hyper geometric distribution is, you should. So let's take a look at this here. I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. Let me find one. The one I usually use isn't online. That one wasn't good. Let's see if this is what I want. So our population size, we have 60 cards in our deck. The successes is the number of things you're looking to draw. So let's say with nine sources of wild, we want to know in our opening hand 7 if we have at least one success. And that doesn't have the nice breakdown like I'm looking for. Let's Google this as opposed to DuckDuckGo. Is this the one I used earlier? The really nice one I have bookmarked is offline here. So I want 1 or more, and this isn't breaking it down for 1 or more. So the hyper just do sample draws in the client. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Sample of size 30. this is way more complicated than it needs to be. So I was hoping to teach something here, but it looks like I don't have a good hypergeometric function to show. Oh, is this the right one? Population size, number of successes in population, 9, sample size. Sample size is 7, number of successes in sample, calculate. Oh yeah, so this is what I want. So look, so it gives equal to 1 and greater than or equal to 1 is what we're looking for here. So let me, can I zoom this in here? So you can't see me anymore, but like, okay, so here. So like in a 60 card deck with 9 sources of wild, Stat Trek is the set I usually use, and it's offline. And your opening hand is size 7, so we want at least 1. So there is a 70% chance of having a wild shard in our opening hand of 7 with 9 successes in it. If we have changed that to 10 and calculate, we have upwards of 75%, so most of your hands. Then if you can go and extend and say, well, what if we want it by turn 2? You can say, what are the odds of having it in your top 8? Turn 2 on the draw, and 9. So like this is how you should theoretically like think about like what are your chances of having resources in your deck. So like, you know, Ruby, we have 12 Ruby shards right now, so the chance of having Ruby in our opener is 80% when we're on the play. So if we go up to 13 rubies, we can go up to 83%. So basically, do we want to trade those percentage points of having wild for having ruby? Is essentially how you want to look at things. How about allocating for mulligans? Yeah, mulligans, it gets more complicated. So actually, mulligans aren't that much more complicated. So what you would do if you want to say like, what is your probability of having like with 12? So the probability of having 1 ruby shard in our opening 7 with 12 is 80%. So the chance of not having it is 20%. Then you go down to 6 cards. So your chance of not having a ruby in your 7, and then the chance of not having a ruby in your 6 is 0.2 times 0.25. So it's very low probability of not having a ruby in your first and second hand. The thing you have to keep in mind that this doesn't account for is the fact that this doesn't account for the fact that you're going to have hands that have ruby and wild shards in them that, you know, are all shards or more shards or don't also have a troop in them. So like the convoluted of doing the math to figure out like what's the overlap of the hands where you have a troop and you have a shard that makes your color, so that's, you know, your percentages of keepable hands just keep going down and down and down. So with 12 shards, with 12 ruby shards in the opener, like we're going to be mulliganing, you know, 20% of our hands right off the bat, just because we don't have ruby in them with 12. So maybe we're supposed to go up because this deck can play without wild shards, whereas opposed to can't play a game without ruby shards. All right, I think I'd buy that for $1. So next time we play, I'm gonna go ahead and let's cut a wild and let's play 13 and 9 instead of 10 and 12, and give that a try. Don't think we want more dual shards just because they don't make a temporary charge when they come into play. So, all right, hopefully that math lesson was educational for some. I'm going to go ahead and Ghostly Flow a follow. He is working his way through the campaign, I believe. He's someone that is part of the card hoarder network, and he's just starting to stream Hex, so